What's the word I'm looking for here? I have like a minimum amount of money I need to make every month where it's like, okay, all my bills are covered and now I can start actually saving money. Or, you know, go to a bar or like buy some camping gear or save for computer parts. So now I've made that minimum, so thank you. That's just based on my mental math of approximately what 101 gift subs does. But, I'm getting a billion notifications from 45,621 different things. And there we go. So, Threatdweller. Yesterday we did quite a lot of things. A lot of dwarves died. And a lot of nightmares were had, and a lot of terrible things happened, and it was a bad time. But on the bright side of all of that terror and destruction and violence, we dug too deep. Rolf, it's good to see you, by the way. We dug too deep, including dwarves that died, like Rolf in chat. Anyway, after digging too deep, we built a very long hallway, and today's plan, and on the bright side of hell, on the bright side, we dug too deep. On the bright side, we're all gonna die soon. Wasn't all the death and horror because we dug too deep? I know. The death and horror was because of all the war going on, largely. I mean, some of those died because they dug too deep. I mean, some of the dwarves died because they got locked outside in the caverns and they starved to death. Some dwarves died because they got caught out by goblins invading. One of them died because they got caught out by zombies that were invading. A forgotten beast got into the basement once and killed a bunch of dwarves. That was a good time. Anyway, so we finally have dug too deep, and we now have access to the Earth's basement, where all of the lovely, lovely demons live. And, you know, because they came out to play, we decided we should prep to fight back proper. So this is our plan to fight back proper. I'm going to be filling this up with a lot of drawbridges, and the ones that don't get crushed by the drawbridges will ideally make it into this final room, which will have a large number of traps as well as other things that could potentially kill them. And then I'm thinking I park my dwarves up here somewhere to then fight anything that makes it to the surface, and it should be good. The Dwarf Fortress world is actually fucking terrifying. I mean, like this right here, this little stairway down, goes down to here, which then connects to this, which I still need to fix. And then connects to this, which also still needs to be sealed off. But then underneath this couple tiles of floor right here. In fact, I'm thinking about, actually, you know, we should engrave along this images of the demons that come out of here. And then down here, there's this little stairway going down, and there's that little ramp there, and then that little ramp with the dead dwarf in it, and then that little bone there, and then that with that dead dwarf in it. And don't mind the three demons right there, the Gray Phantom and the Phantom of Shadows. They're fine. They're friendly. And then down here is, you know, just the lovely gloomy pits of deep darkness and blah. So we need to get down here, and we need to expand the vision down there a little bit and fight with the things. Should be good. Also, you know, you can, of course, dig this stuff down here and all that. My goal is I want to get, like, a little structure down here. I'm thinking, like, we build a little tavern in this or something. Something like that. We build a little tower going down into here, and we build a little room in here. That is the end goal. So hopefully by the end of today, we will have tables, chairs, and some beer down here in hell so we can have a party in hell. That is the goal. We're working towards it, and hopefully we can get there by the end of today. My military is currently deactivated, although I do need to stack them up a little more, to the point where I think I'm actually going to turn the military back on, because I've had them not on and training and helping with constructions for a little bit. But before I do anything else, I just want to roll through the dwarves that are alive in the fortress currently. So Frog for Hire is still alive, Dragona is still alive, Pablo Rasta is still alive, Libro Ludos is still alive, Diamond Destruct is still alive, Queen Elomino is still alive, Semtaxagon is still alive. Tygozar is still alive. Redger is still alive. Stone is still alive. Thalfon is still alive. Infinity Simplex is still alive. Wilmer is still alive. Wait What is still alive. Hops is still alive. Tele B is still alive. Cutest Ghost, our manager, rather, is still alive, who was, I think, one of the original 7. Aquafunkalistic Bootywap is still alive. Titan Slayer is still alive. Impeti is still alive. Hydra Slayer is still alive. Atheros is still alive. And Belug, the elf, is still alive. All my goblins are dead, unfortunately. So if you heard your name and you want me to check in with your dwarf, just let me know. Like Aquafunkalistic Bootywap, by the way, she was proud after being near her own fine container, and was proud near her own fine bed, and was proud near her own fine door, and was proud near her own fine cabinet, and felt euphoric due to inebriation, was delighted upon watching a performance. And you have 6 notable kills and 20 other kills. What flavors am the demons? So the initial wave actually wasn't so bad. I think that there's still a bunch of bodies, so I can show you. Ah, yes, there is. So we have these Spirit of Ash, which are like these ash devils. They kind of fly, and they squirm and fidget. They weren't very threatening. There's the Slug Fiends, which are like flying slugs with a poisonous sting. They were okay aside from the fact that they're slugs and they had no armor, so they went down pretty quickly, about as quickly as any Forgotten Beast would. So there's the Slug Fiends. There's the Butterfly Demons. Those ones are actually quite scary, because they shoot webs. So they actually caused, I think, some of the most casualties. There were these weird snowballs, which weren't too big of a deal. Don't mind the turkey hen skulls. Those definitely weren't scary. Terrifying, I mean. There's the Clear Devils, which were flying, what's it called? Flying scorpions, which also had a poisonous sting. Also weren't too scary. And then there were these, I'm not seeing any of them, but yeah, I'm not seeing any of them, but there was these guys made of charcoal that had deadly dust, and there was a stone, I can't remember what type of rock, but there was a rock-based flying noxious fumes dude as well. What are you doing? Oh, you're just walking really slowly. Got it. Frame rates have been better. Were they the color clear? The Clear Devils? In game they were kind of a bluish, but I'm not sure what color they were. I know that there's more of them, but also the only ones that crawled out are the ones that can fly, obviously. So as an example, I haven't actually seen a lot of the demons yet, because a lot of them are still down on the bottom. I know that initially when we dug too deep, there was these like flaming spiders. Those are fun. Where the world plays Crusader Kings in the background, like TF. Wait, hold on. You wish that there was more RPGs where the world play Crusader Kings in the background. So wait, are you just saying that you wish that there was more RPGs with like alive and like generated worlds? Is that what you're saying? Trying to think. It's like games with like living worlds are not easy to make. I mean, I would say play Caves of Cud, because Caves of Cud is doing that. To the point where like, there was one time I did a water ritual with somebody in Cud, and then like half the world just erupted into immediate violence because it was like, I angered a faction who pissed off another faction, and then immediately they just started killing each other. Also, hello, Orange. How are you? But yeah, I'm trying to think. It's like, chat, name some games that have like Clockwork Worlds going on in the background. Because yeah, Caves of Cut is the biggest one that comes to mind. We both had the same answer. Yeah, that's true. I also want to say... I'm just kind of looking through games that I own right now. Dungeon Mans has a lot of, like, weird behind-the-scenes mechanics that you don't immediately notice, but nothing on the same level as what you're talking about. Unreal World has a little bit of that. Yeah, everything else that I'm looking at just doesn't really... Like, certainly not to that level. Like, not even close to that level. Is this the end of Threatdweller? Is the stream title. Dershland. By the way, I'll have you know that your dwarf starved to death in the caverns because, reasons. It was an accident, okay? I didn't do it intentionally. For whatever it's worth, I still feel bad about it. Yes, you were still a baby when you died. Also, it's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Also, maybe I should make it less apocalyptic in the title. Don't want people to think that I'm quitting streaming or something redonkulous. The reasons, having too little food and to continue being alive. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Nobody's perfect, unfortunately. Especially me. I mean, you guys should know this for a fact that I'm far from perfect. Except for Navy. Navy today was pretty perfect. All right. We're gonna plop down more diorite. I'm just trying to make the future hauling jobs easier by just making everything color coordinated. But Hitchhiker as well. Hello. How are you doing? I mean, I was going to say, like, anything... I mean, it's been too long since... I haven't played Star Sector since it was called Starfarer, so I don't know what kind of mechanics have been added to that, but... Is Hype Train holy smokes? Indeed, yeah. Indeed. My bills are paid for the rest of the month. You guys don't need to give me money for the rest of the month. We're good. It's nice when that happens. I'm on auto-renew here on Patreon. I mean, be nice if you keep the Patreon alive. But I appreciate that. I mean, like, here's the difference between Navy gifting 101 subs and Patreon is I depend on Patreon being consistent. I'm always shocked when Navy does that. Indeed. Yes. Thank you very much for your insight, Sir Cobalt, Esquire. Speaking of kobolds, where is it? What did it previously? Now since lost it. It's not it. That it? Ah, found it. I found a Cobalt Fort. This Cobalt took over a fort. It's probably, like, completely mauled by this Necromancer tower that's right here. But, you know, this fort, it's a Cobalt Fort. Very proud of him. Took the day off without realizing you don't need to be anywhere until 5 p.m., so you're playing RimWorld and having a beer? Fuck yeah! Sounds like a good, solid way to spend a Thursday. Or Friday, depending on what time zone you're in. But yeah, that sounds like a great way to spend a Thursday. It's the best thing ever when you're just like, man, I don't have anywhere to be until, like, day's over. Probably some random loot and a couple dead kobolds and feeling bad for yourself for bullying the little guys. That's what I get for killing a kobold lair. I don't know about you. They're not super profitable, I'll put it that way. You don't really get much from them. You can conquer it and become a barony? I mean, would a baron even move in? I don't think they would. Or I guess I would appoint it. I don't know. I have such limited dwarves because my civ's dead that, like, I don't want to, like, send off dwarves to go conquer a thing. I'm good. The little guy has sharp knives? Potentially. Sometimes they have drums, because kobolds really like drums, and they do actually make cobalt instruments. But they're always just drums. So if you like drums, you can get them to make you drums for them. So the thing that I do need to do is I need to make a quick way around all of these corners. Designate that. Just cut that corner out. I also need to find new dwarves to join the military. So I need to, at the very least, fill out the few open spaces that are left. Never feels discouraged. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf in this pretty legendary fort, just give me a shout. I'd be happy to dwarf you. Or if anybody wants me to check in with their dwarves, just give me a shout. Well, you're a woodcrafter and you can handle stress, so you can also go join the military. Sazir, good luck there, dwarves. How's your dwarf stone? Stony is... Where'd you go? There he is. You feel fondness when speaking with a friend. You're still missing an upper arm. Because obviously that hasn't grown back yet. You're 108 years old. You dream of mastering crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. You're assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. No, you don't, Orange. I think you did, but you went splat. If you have someone that's missing a limb. It's funny that I'm reading a dwarf that's missing a limb. I don't know of any other dwarves in the fort that are missing a limb. Also, for reference, Sewer Goblin, you can conquer anything and become a barony anywhere that also doesn't involve bullying poor, helpless kobolds. But yeah, Stone's Dwarf is pretty happy, I would say. Like, you're a little bit annoyed when after suffering a minor injury, and you're bored after being unable to practice martial art, and you want to fight. You do want to fight, but I think making a dwarf with one arm go fight is maybe a bad idea for the future possibility of living for that dwarf.
You fucking donkey!
Well, that's sad. Happy Dwarfin, you have a good time working. Don't work too hard. Orange, I'm going to give you a military dwarf so you can get splatted a second time. Udil, Orange. She felt pleasure after a sparring session, was satisfied after receiving water, and was lonely after being away from family for so long. She doesn't feel anything when she sees dead bodies, and she was delighted remembering having a truly decadent dish, and was interested after learning about kicking. She is 86 years old, born on the 4th of Opal in the year 151, just like Bacardi, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her nose bridge is very convex. She has a broad chin, and her head is very short. Her eyelashes are extremely short, and her cinnamon skin is wrinkled. Her small-lobed ears are somewhat short, and her hair is pale taupe with flecks of gray. Her eyes are emerald, just like the gems we find everywhere here. She's amazingly agile, basically unbreakable, and mighty and indefatigable. She likes stibnite, bismuth bronze, precious fire opal, ibex horn, and the color turquoise, male shirts and corns and crutches, and the sound of the future metal. And when possible, prefers to consume sweet potato wine and can't stand mussels. But when you're a werebeast, everything. But depiction is a minor injury. I mean, I don't have any werebeasts. I don't understand the reference. Olin the Keeper. What's a werebeast everything? Views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have and sees power over others as something to strive for. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Never becomes angry, is gripped by crippling shyness, and almost never feels discouraged. Has a strong tendency towards privacy and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. Doesn't seek out excitement and has a calm demeanor and is in the military. Well, you seem to be doing fine, so. Muscles. Not muscle. Muscles, as in like the aquatic animal. Someone's upset. I'll have to keep an eye out for an armless dwarf. I could give you a spineless dwarf, but all my politicians are taken. Yep, all my politicians are taken. So, unfortunately, can't give you a spineless dwarf either. So they're going to go cut that side up. And then this side over here is going to finish being finished. Got to largely work on all that flooring down there too, and also all this flooring over here. It's personal preference. Performance is... or a lot of the performance issues you see people talking about in Dwarf Fortress these days is largely a non-concern. The one thing that I do for performance in my fortresses is the way I build stairs. I build them in like kind of a cross pattern for the central staircases. But aside from that, it's all just personal preference. I like big open spaces. I find like the claustrophobic tiny designs to be just ugly looking. Although I will say, if you're making a lot of single file hallways, those ain't great for performance because dwarves need to pile over each other. Because it, instead of like just the game processing a dwarf walking a straight line, it's a dwarf walking, ducking, jumping, ducking, jumping, lying down, crawling. So it's constantly changing their states. So it's better to have like 2x2 or 3x3 hallways and rooms. But like, do you need to make them this big? No. It's been an experience. Well, hopefully the videos and stuff have helped. Like, I mean, the hardest part about getting into Dwarf Fortress is just that initial, like, the fucks these hotkeys do. And once you kind of get past that, it's not all that. I mean, it's not an easy game to learn by any stretch, but it's not this, like, impenetrable nightmare that some people make it out to be. Like, people do a really good job of exaggerating, I think, and Dwarf Fortress is definitely, like, you know, got a very large brunt of that over the years. Very much. So. But if you need help with anything, just give me a shout. I mean, that's the one nice thing about trying to learn Dwarf Fortress right now is currently with Dwarf Fortress, there's more streams and guides and people being active on Discords than kind of in my memory of the game.
4 years enjoying the best streamer on this site, Cryptbear.
Best streamer on this site. That's praise. Thank you very much for the 48 months on the 48 month streak. King you. Do you want a dwarf lump? I can't king you because my queen's taken. But I was about a clother sound. Bicod lump. He feels euphoric due to inebriation and didn't feel anything after seeing an elf's dead body. Well, I mean, there's a joke in there somewhere. I'm not going to make it, though. You were afraid after experiencing trauma and suffering the travesty of art defacement. You felt accepting about that. All dwarves are kings. What about the ones that are queens? He is 84 years old, born on the 8th of limestone in the year 153. He is slightly sunken amethyst eyes, have large irises. His very long sideburns are braided, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His eyelashes are short, and his cinnamon skin is wrinkled. His ears are somewhat short, and his hair is pale taupe with a touch of gray. Kings, queens, and royal folk. There you go. He is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Finds moderation and self-control to be very important and has a deep respect for animals and plants in the natural world. Values sacrifice and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of raising a family. Is gripped by crippling shyness and finds humor in most situations. Is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and he is slow to anger, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. And rarely feels discouraged and is assertive and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Often feels envious of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Well, I generally name my royalty Moron, but you know, Monarch works too. But anyway, that's you, Lump. Welcome to the fort. As far as relations go, you worship Lemush and you have no family or friends. I feel bad about that. It is what it is. You'll live. You'll exist, potentially, until the demons unexist you like everything else in this fort. Old daughter dwarf. Yep. Dreams of raising a family, but probably won't. Just like a lot of people who dream of raising a family. It's like me dreaming of being a race car driver. I definitely won't. You know, I'm not gonna lie. This shit makes me want to get an RTX card. Like, I'm very tempted to just buy like a 2080 or something that's actually like affordable-ish. Kind of getting tempted. Not gonna lie, kind of tempted. I do have a power supply that's powerful enough to run like a 2080. Even the 30 series cards are like out of the range of affordability, and those 40 series cards are like, yeah, I know. But I kind of want something that can like handle Quake. The two games with RTX support I really want to play: Quake RTX and Portal RTX. Those are the two games I want to play that have RTX support. Is fucking Quake and Portal. But you know, I'm thinking in November, it is my partner, well, no, October is my partner anniversary. November is my stream anniversary. So between those 2 days, probably my partner anniversary, I want to do some sort of long death-a-thon where we do a really long death stream. And during that stream, I'm going to try and raise some money for a new graphics card. That's kind of my thought. 10-year-old and 20-year-old games with RTX, you dig it? Here's the thing, like, my computer is actually, like, this weird mishmash of, like, multiple eras of computing. And the thing about my current setup in this computer is the graphics card's actually the most outdated thing. I got an i7-7700K processor. So if I bought a 2080 or something, it wouldn't actually be that out of date for it. All that being said, can someone like give Thief RTX? I know that Embracer owns that now. Like, could they like just? I don't ask for much, okay? I just want really shiny Thief. It's not that much. All right, so I'm actually gonna cut out a little bit more of this, I think. Well, maybe not. Let's just build the raising bridges in here. We're gonna build these out of iron. Because these are, like, I wasn't gonna put these here, but I think, like, honestly, these might just be the most convenient place to put them. Iron bars. Bridge that raises this way. And iron bars. Bridge that raises that way. And finally, iron bars. So these will be my iron bridges to fill this sucker up. And then the other spots that I need bridges, I need one like right here. I'm thinking like one up here at the top. And these bridges are going to be controlled by my dwarves, and they're going to be the way that, you know, we go in and out. And I'm thinking we do a little control room here. This tiny little control room is going to be our little lever room. You saw that, nearly sent it my way, but you figured that I saw it long before. I think 4 or 5 people sent it my way. Got a bunch of different DMs from people saying, man, Christmas this year is going to be wild. And me going, I don't own an RTX compatible card, though. Like, I own a 1070, guys. Like, this graphics card's a little bit old. Like, just a little bit old. Just a little bit old. Also, chat room investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Also, yeah, revenues actually hit. We're above my minimum, in fact. Just in time. Hey, Diamond. How are you? You're on a 780 Ti. You're also about to move. And you know what's scarier than moving literally anything else in existence? Moving expensive graphics cards inside of expensive computers. So I would say having a crappy graphics card at the point where you're about to move, perfectly acceptable. In fact, logical. Because you're not going to want to be moving that graphics card. Even better. Don't bring it. But no, moving with graphics cards is like... Or moving with expensive computer hardware is terrifying. It's not even like just a matter of static. It's like literally everything to do with them. They don't like being dropped. They don't like being jostled. They're delicate, like, pieces of hardware. They're very easy to damage. All right, let's check for suspended stuff in the jobs screen. Let's get that smoothed. You know what? I think we're also going to put a door or a drawbridge right there. So let's put another drawbridge here. Once again, iron is what we're going to use. Fortunately, once again, it is very close. Okay, not that close, but it's close enough. Run you up top. We got 2 of them done already, too. Damn, those got finished quick. Guess they don't need a lot of bars. I mean, if they're only 1 bar, then yeah, they'll fill pretty quick. Fun of being far more durable and fragile than you would expect at the same time. Yeah, like I accidentally dropped this computer once. Like I tipped it over sideways, and I had like this minor panic attack where I just like freaked out. I was like, oh god, I just busted my computer. It's fucking done. Like I was so mad. Stood it up and 0 issues. But like I've seen people do like the least amount of damage to a computer possible, and it just like ceases to function forever. So. Pathros wins. That's how I read that. Okay, so we're going to make our first lever up here. And this lever is going to be called Hell Trap Walkways. First win for you in a while? Well, hell yeah, man. Gotta start somewhere. It's only downhill from here. I mean, it's downhill into hell. How's the weather in hell? Dingy, dark, damp, dusty, death. Yes. Oh, it's hellish? Yeah, naturally. More like hailish. Oh no, a cow's been disappeared itself. I mean, French, you would know. Orange. Let's scroll down to iron once again. So all of these little bridges here are going to be connected to this lever. When I slam them shut, we'll have a clean walkway all the way into the fortress. When they're open, the baddies are going to have to, you know, go around this very long roundabouty way. Can King's Demon Execution? Oh, can like... Wait, what? Can kings demand execution? Is that what you're saying? Like in Dwarf Fortress? I've seen execution orders go out in Dwarf Fortress, but I've never actually allowed them to complete it. It happened once in Long Death when when I accidentally traded, it was like hundreds and hundreds of dollars in socks when I had that one king that refused to let me. I think it was a king. It might have been a mayor. I had a noble that refused to, or maybe it was a baron. I had somebody that refused to let me sell socks, and then or it was a bunch of crafts, can't remember. And I sold a bunch of the thing that they told me not to sell, and then like they had an execution order go out, but I removed the person with the job who could do the execution order because I didn't want that dwarf to die. So yes. Also, why are you complaining about having a 750 Ti when you're about to get a Steam Deck? Like, you can just, like, never get a gaming PC now. You're good to go. Like, I'm pretty sure that's literally like the whole point. Like you shouldn't be complaining about not having a computer because like Steam Deck, like it's a replacement for a Steam Deck. Come on. That's 2. That's 3. Or rather 1, 2. Okay, so that's 4. Fortunately, I'm not going to be filling this thing up with lava, so I don't need to worry too much about materials, but it's fine. All right, perfect. CK3, for instance, you can play your most frequently played games on Steam. Actually, like, since we're talking about Steam Decks, Whitcode, you were the one who posted a picture of Dwarf Fortress running on a Steam Deck, weren't you? How'd that play? Assuming you're still lurking. But yeah, no, that makes sense, Solantre. I mean, like, there's certainly certain types of games that, like, wouldn't work very well on it. Or, like, games that, like, I wouldn't want to play Doom on that, like, just as an example. But, like, any kind of basic platformer or, like, little run-based adventure game or, like, anything like Shovel Knight or, Cuphead or, I don't know, Super Meat Boy, yeah, I don't know. There's certain types of games I just wouldn't play. Like, and I wouldn't play a big strategy game with a lot of small text on a small screen like that. Like, I wouldn't do it. You'll play Doom on it? All right, you have fun then. But, you know, I don't like the game, but Vampire Survivors is, like, a game that I see, like, referred to as, like, the Steam Deck game. Although something like, I don't know, I feel like I would play games like Kentucky Route Zero if I had a Steam Deck. Like, I'd be playing, like, you know, your kind of longer form strategy game, or not longer form story games, not strategy. My bad. Slip of the tongue. You were excited for Death Stranding and Control on the Steam Deck, but you gave up your reservation. Why'd you give up your reservation? Factorio gang? Sure, Cracktorio would work just fine. Yeah, I'd believe that too. That Jupiter Hell's fantastic. You know, it's funny because, like, they've never tested it on the Steam Deck. They have no official Steam Deck support, but, like, that game runs by like, natively on Linux and, like, works natively on a controller, so thus it just kind of works out of the box with no real dev time needed, which is kind of awesome. We've been playing Hardspace Shipbreaker and Rocket League and Slay the Spire and RimWorld, and it has no issues. Really? RimWorld's one kind of impressive, actually. Although I feel like that would just be like a touchpad game, though, right? I feel like I would just play, like, Humankind on it, actually. Well, number 1, you spelled his name wrong, Orange. And number 2, like, they know that it works. Lots of people have tested it. Your lightly modded save with no problem. That is impressive. Huh. I feel like Project Zomboid would also be a really good game on that for that thing. Project Zomboid would be really good. Brigador would be really good. I mean, Cheese Runner obviously would be phenomenal, but Cheese Runner is phenomenal on everything, so. Whitcode in chat posted a screenshot of, who is lurking right now, but I don't know if he's actually here. Posted a screenshot on the Discord of Dwarf Fortress running, like, current Dwarf Fortress running on a Steam Deck. So I would assume that's how he did it. Although, I'm just imagining on-screen keyboard and going, that sounds like a nightmare for current Dwarf Fort. Like, genuinely, that sounds awful. Yeah, if it works on a Switch, it'll work on a Steam Deck. That's a good thought process to have, too. You love hardware, hence the reservation, and you wound up admitting that a piece of hardware wasn't going to get you interested in a game genre, so you cut your losses. Yeah. I mean, I have no use for it because the games that I enjoy playing are not games that I would want to play on a Steam Deck, right? The kinds of games that I enjoy playing, I play at a computer. And that is the way I enjoy absorbing games, I suppose. Like, that is the way I enjoy playing games. And I really wouldn't want to play it outside of that, really. It's just... If I want to play a game, I'll play it on a PC. If I don't want to play a game, I won't play it. Yeah, that still doesn't sound pleasant to me. Like, none of that sounds pleasant. Orange. Especially an entirely keyboard-driven game like Dwarf Fortress currently is. Where you couldn't quite get it working? Were you using the new UI or the old UI? Caves of Cud. Did you get caught in one of the Navy bombs? Navy has occasional spats of extreme kindness in this channel. Still makes my brain hurt a little bit. We were just chilling and talking about something. I can't even remember what, and the Navy showed up with all guns blazing. Evie's so has been missing for me. I'm just like lost a bunch of like my animals. Not even sure what happened. Also, I should probably set all this stuff to be melted. And all of this to be melted. And all of this to be melted. And claim all of it. Can also open this gate, and we can open this gate. What? We're chaining Hydra Slayer. Did I fuck up? Yep, I fucked up. Also, disorderly conduct? Pardon? Oh, that's fair. That's an old one. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention to the Queen's requests, it looks like. So, Hydra Slayer gets blamed for it. Well, that sucks. So there's two different UIs for Caves of Cud. There's the default UI and then the modern UI. I would be shocked if the default UI would work. But I don't know what it defaults to these days. Repentant. Okay, well, at least you like being in prison. Consider it a break / vacation. But also, I didn't know that you played Caves of Cud. Since when do you play Caves of Cud, Solantre? As I sit here and wait for this. Also, I glanced over at the Hyper Strange stream, which Bellinair's on, and I immediately see Diamond entering the giveaway. Good luck, Diamond. You dabbled only a couple of hours so far, but you like what you've seen. You need to get more into it. I would honestly I don't know what game mode you've been playing, but I would honestly recommend just playing on the Wander difficulty and just save. And just mess around with the game and the crafting mechanics and the exploration stuff and like meet people and like learn how the game works. That or just watch either of my most recent playthroughs, because we did pretty simple basic playthroughs, nothing super crazy. Shame on Bell having roguelike on a Doom-like game. To be fair, he has zero access to the tags on that stream. And it's their community manager, Victoria, who sets the tags. And so they've set tags for their entire game's catalog. So it says roguelike, it says Doom Boomer Shooter, it says Doom Clone, it says all that stuff, because that's just the catalog for that publisher account. So, but yes, I agree. The lads over at Hyper Stranger, they're doing their damnedest, and they publish some really good games. I'm actually kind of curious about the game that Belliner's playing because the place looks cool. Did I get one? Looked up to that one. No, I didn't. Rock mechanisms. Let's just do 100. Let's make them out of. Well, I can't make them out of Orthic lace. Gabbro it is then. Nope, can't do that either because I don't have enough. Shit. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. It actually doesn't matter all that much. Let's just make him out of mica. Free demo. Yeah, but I don't like demos. I downloaded a bunch of demos the other day and was like, yeah, maybe I'll check out some demos. And then just like didn't. I don't know. I'm spoiled with this problem of like, I'm just so used to developers giving me full games and they're like, it's the prologue, which is a whole nother discussion of things that I'm annoyed by. Or when they're like, it's be first to play our demo. I'm like, how about you just send me the full game? And then don't make me request key for it 4 different times for the 4 different demos that you're going to put out over the next 4 months. It's annoying. Of course it's like 100 megs. It's like, like a Doom clone. Well, obviously it's tiny, but whatever. Dwarf Fortress is like 40 megs. Then the save files are like sometimes a couple gigs, but you know, details. So chat, it's Thursday. Do you guys have any plans for the weekend? I'm going camping this weekend, so if you keep an eye on my Twitter account, there will be pictures of me up a mountain, hopefully. Hopefully in the sun and not in a cloud or rain. But at this time of year, it's kind of a dice roll. Look, even the Queen is down here constructing buildings. Even the Queen. I don't think the Queen of England did that. Build buildings by herself. Although, we're going to have to take a break from that, unfortunately, because a vile force of darkness has arrived. Chill at Mom's place until Sunday, then a lovely 15-hour drive back home. Is it at least a 15-hour drive through fun scenery? Okay. We are going to lock all the dwarves inside. I'm going to fly over here and pull this lever. I'm going to pull this lever. And we're going to pull this lever. Round of beers for all these goblins about to die. Hopefully it's a big siege. Hoping for a nice large one. No strange goblins showing up like half dead this time. The last goblin siege that showed up, 2 of them showed up and they were like bleeding out already. See, Hazazan knows what's up. Is that your Halloween emote, Haz? Like your emote, but like with a ghost sheet on? Geek dogs, goblins. For scenery, it would be like 20 hours. Plan is to be home late Sunday and then head off to Berlin Tuesday morning. Sounds like a busy week. I mean, the place I'm going camping is Golden Ears, which is like a 35-minute drive from here. Like, it's not far at all. My dad will be driving, though, because it's awkward to get to via bus. We could get there via bus, but it would probably be like an hour bus and then like a 20-minute taxi to get there via bus, which, you know, it's doable. We could do it that way, but we'd rather just bring my dad along and Let him drive. Dwarf, you good there? How much are you carrying, Dragona? Iron Mace, Great Axe, Pike, Great Axe, Crossbow, Pike, Flail, Crossbow, Crossbow, Flail, Maul, Great Axe, Crossbow, Maul, Spear, Spear, Crossbow, Two-Handed Short Sword, Maul, Spear, Scourge, Bow, Crossbow, Maul, Crossbow. I think this dwarf has enough in their inventory. I think I figured out why they're moving super slowly. I'd be moving slowly too. That looks exhausting. You're used to driving this route, so you do it like 10 to 12 times a year. Oh, damn. I mean, like, yeah, I guess if you're visiting family. Pretty small siege. Sounds like a D&D character inventory. It's like, okay, so where did you put the third sword on your body? Exactly. One down the throat, one up the rear. You know, the important places. Speaking of random boomer shooters, Proteus is out as of next week. So sometime in the next like 2 weeks or so, I'm gonna do a medium difficulty playthrough of Proteus. Because I already I played the early access version, which had like, you know, it had like what's the word I'm looking for here? I mean, Blood West is polygonal. That game's sprite based. What are you talking about, Diamond? It's in one of those bags of holding. Yeah, no, for Dwarf Fortress, I just imagine it's like this really tall stack of things. Anyway, Proteus is out, so that's a game that I need to play. I want to play the entirety of the Proteus campaign. So I'm thinking we might do that like next week in the evenings, because, you know, it's just big dumb run around shoot thing, stuff explode into pile of blood. Loud metal. Looking forward to it. We're going to have to play some of that. And I'll make half of you guys motion sick, and it'll be a good time. For me. Maybe not for your motion sickness, but... But yeah, as far as bags of holding, yeah, no, you're not... I've always been bothered by bags of holding. I think that they're, like, cheating. It's like, I like limited inventory. Inventory management's fun for me. Sure you didn't accidentally put the bag into the other bag. True. These are facts. What style inventory do I prefer? Why do I feel like this is a like a game development quiz question, because somebody's definitely sitting there prototyping something and going, crap. I'll tell you this. I fucking hate the Skyrim style of inventory, where I pick everything up and it just goes into some analogous, like, fake, oh, inventory with arbitrary weight number. Fucking hate that. As for what do I prefer? Inventory systems that don't suck. Don't let your inventory system suck. Well, as long as it's a bag of holding and not a bag of balding. That would be pretty bad. This goblin seems to be getting away from things. Infinity, would you be any good in the military? Very bad time. I like the idea of weight management, but you can just hold one. Yeah, see, I don't like 5,000 apples either. See, that's the Skyrim system. You can just carry this thing. I mean, like, Caves of Cut kind of does that, but Caves of Cut also everybody's fucking mutants and there's weird technology, so I can suspend my disbelief to a point where it's like it doesn't matter. But I guess it also kind of depends on the game's theme, right? Like, Tarkov inventory is neat, but also kind of annoying in its own weird way. Probably my favorite inventory system from recent memory would be the Gloomwood inventory system, where it's like a physical case and you fit stuff into a grid. To quote somebody from the Steam reviews of that game, this inventory system fucks, because it does. It's a really good inventory system. I don't like anything about Minecraft, so don't tell me that, and the Minecraft inventory. Yeah, CDDA's got a neat system. It's not my favorite, though. I really like Cogmine's inventory system, because your inventory is your armor. That's a fun system. Because, like, you're just, like, gluing stuff to the outside of a little robot tank thing. So, like, the more crap you have in your inventory, the more protection you have, because you're gluing shit to the outside of your robot. That one's pretty cool. Mech Warrior has a very fun loadout / inventory system. I don't know. I want inventory systems to be like an interactive puzzle to a degree, as we just like are cutting through troll after troll after troll. And hair pull frustrating at the same time in a good way. It's like, yeah, I want to put all this stuff in my inventory, but if it's in my inventory, it's going to take damage because the bad guys are literally shooting it. It's like, don't put valuable items in your inventory because they'll get shot at. So leave them on the floor and come back and get them a little later. Okay, I think we should be able to just cream through all of these trolls, and then I can disable all of the squads, and they can back up. Hold up. They're getting a little bit too ambitious here. Shit. I might just have to... You know what? How often do I actually let them just, like, steamroll an entire goblin force? Let's give them the opportunity to. Problem is I need them to turn around. Where are you going? You big idiots. Lads, turn up. Well, I guess it's these 3 dwarves versus this entire army then. So good luck. Let's hope the reinforcements show up sometime this year. Oh, that's one dead. Okay, now they finally fucking turn around. Jesus Christ. One of them fell asleep. Oh, you're dead. Then there's this Hammerlord still doing his job. Another dwarf runs in. Second dwarf runs in. Where's the rest of them? Oh, they're all just sitting right there. All right, well. Get down here, you lazy fucks. Come on. So many dwarves have I lost? 4? Really? Ay, ay, ay. Get around. I know that they can do it. It's just a matter of them doing it. There's also the part where I think one of their commanders is just like straight up not here. Look at that beautiful carnage. Oh, here comes the rest of them. Yeah, I don't know what they did, but they just kind of left. Okay, it looks like the goblin forces are just sodding off now, which is pretty good. Let's close that lever. And we'll just burn the bodies. Yep, siege is over. Hello, Chorus Lord. How are you? They did pretty good, though. It's just kind of a shame that they decided to split up like that. Once they were split up, those dwarves were going in and not coming out. You have a rare achievement in Cogmind where you forgot to detach a very broken rocket launcher which exploded and then fired your other weapons? Really? I have a couple, like, weirdly rare achievements in that game. It's to the point where, like, I kind of feel like a lot of people just don't go out of their way to actually complete achievements because it's not that they're obtuse is the wrong word. They're not obtuse. They're just not the sort of thing that like an inexperienced roguelike player would just try, right? So it's like you kind of have to think a lot about roguelikes to try a lot of the things that get you achievements in that game, which is kind of neat. I like that kind of gameplay. All right, we are going to just seal this off and use the auto cleaning device to clean it. And I can remove military. And now I need to add more dwarves to the military, regardless of if I want to. Like, you'd be okay. You're shy, but you'd be okay. Does anything in our power to avoid excitement? Well, that's my captain of the guard. Impervious to the effects of stress. Perfect. What you? Completely helpless in stressful situations. No. What you? Completely helpless in stressful situations. Well, shit. A lot of these dwarves do everything in their power to avoid excitement. It's very inconvenient. But we'll just let that work. Jump into this, unsuspend all of this work, and tell them to literally get back to work. And seems like the last few invaders are just leaving. We'll just let that sear up the entire thing, and then we'll dump it out and empty it. Also, I think I said hi to you, but hello, Mist Runner. Hope you're all doing well. We are building a large tunnel / trap way to hell. That is that is the plan. Very, very long, very, very roundabout, very, very twisty and turny trap way to hell. But yeah, I think my favorite inventory system in a game recently was Gloomwood. And Gloomwood's inventory system is literally a suitcase. Literally a suitcase with two sides. One side is for weapons, and then the other side is for like quest shit. Weapons and items and consumables, and that's your inventory system. You have to fit it in the suitcase, which your character is carrying at all times. That's fucking rad inventory system. An absolutely fucking rad inventory system. Wish more games had inventory systems like that, where they force them to be an in-world element. And so a bunch of these got canceled. I gotta unsuspend them. Those are the clothing of my soldiers getting burned. All right, so starting the fort off with a small siege and 3 losses. On the bright side, the more dwarves die, the better the frame rate will be. So, is that actually like a fancy term for like in-world inventories? I prefer in-world inventory because it sounds understandable. Also, sup, Benji? as we melt our way through stuff. I just don't, to kind of bounce back to the original conversation, I just don't like inventory systems like Skyrim where it's just like, here's arbitrary number of items you can have, go ham. Or even worse, here's unlimited items you can carry. It's like, what? If you're just going to let me pick up literally every item in the world, just give me a cheat sheet where I can just spawn items in at will, because that's literally what I need to do now in order to play this game optimally. It's ridiculous and I fucking hate it. Like, force me into some designed amount of items to carry. Don't, like, just let me take everything with me, because that is just gonna cause, end with me having a very full, obnoxiously annoying, impossible to navigate UI. Not a big fan of that. Also, you have a good night's sleep, Stone, if you're heading to bed. I'm assuming you are. But we're prepping to fight with and combat with hell. You know, I never actually played The Witcher 3. I had a friend who worked at like a retail computer parts store at the time, who the day before Witcher 3 came out sent me a DM that said, "Hey, do you want a good old, a GOG code for Witcher 3?" And I was like, "What?" And he was just like, the computer store I work at has a promotion where if you buy a gaming laptop from Asus or something, you'd get a free pre-order code for Witcher 3, but they expire after the game is out. I was like, "Oh, sure." So he sent me the code. I redeemed it. It worked. And I never installed it. And to this day, I've never played Witcher 3. Never even installed it. And, yeah. That's the story of how I never played Witcher 3. Also, hey, Spider Venom, what's up, dude? One of your prototypes for an action RPG was everything was to be crafted. You're picking up parts and pieces from the monsters, and you're hurting because the human would be able to use a demon weapon, or why would a Star Child be carrying a human axe, and basically removed an inventory and lots of really odd feedback from your prototype group. Gotcha. Speaking of, like, games, we need to figure out when we're going to do another game jam, because that first one went so well. At least you got it for free, though. I mean, yeah, the code was used. The code was, in fact, used. I don't know. I've got games that I've bought that I've never played. That certainly, like, aren't... Like, if I buy a full-price game, I'm going to play it, right? But, like, I've got so many... I've got hundreds of dollars in games that I've paid for that I've never touched, so... Probably more than that. Maybe even thousands of dollars in games I've never touched. So we just put away more boulders. Just, I don't want this floor to all be eye-blisteringly bright white. Is a rite of passage for PC gamers? Hey, it's not a rite of passage for PC gamers, but it's certainly helping keep the indie games industry up and running, you know? Like, people buying large amounts of games on deep sales has to be good for some sort of the part of the economy, right? Like, me buying a bunch of games and then never playing them. Like, I bought Kentucky Route Zero back when it was new and I never played it. So I was like, yeah, I'll wait for this to be done. Anyways, it's done now. Still haven't played it. You have at least 300 untouched games. I probably have more. But also, a lot of the games that I have that I've never played are free for me. So. I'm sorry, what, Twitch? Guest Star invites your guests backstage and preps them to join your live stream. Port slots into OBS and use up to one at any time. Invite up to 5 Twitch users to co-star on your stream. Port on? Weird. I guess it lets you just like capture other people's cameras and host them on your stream. It's kind of neat. Saw someone else using that last night. I've never even, like, I heard someone mention it yesterday, and that was the first I'd heard of it. Oddly enough, it was Kiri who mentioned it. So, interesting. It seems like it lets other people prep cams. But that is kind of neat. Perhaps I could use it in the future. Don't really have any use for it right now, though. Also, I just got to say this, but typical tech streamer getting invited into betas. So I've got this kind of like ugly ass shape up here, right? I think that we need to make this a little bit nicer looking. Because right now this is just kind of a box, right? So I'm thinking we do something like this. Kind of give it like a little bit of a shape here. Let's maybe do like this, 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 this. We'll do the same down here. That, that, that. That. And that. Just so that we have a little bit more, you know, a little bit more of a coherent look to this top side bit. It's going to take them a little bit to get down there, though. Speaking of tech, I'm kind of curious, Chad. Do you think that we're coming to an era where PC gaming shies away a bit from you gotta buy the newest graphics card every couple of years? Because I feel like the era of peak PC gaming for me anyways was an era where every other year I was budgeting to buy a graphics card. And I'm looking at this new series of cards, and I always kind of glance at them when new cards are announced. I look at the prices, I look at what they're offering, and I'm like, I don't see any benefits to owning the newer cards. And also, the number of AAA games that are actually going to be coming out in the next 2 years that will support any of the cool new features that they have it's negligible. There's single digits of numbers of games that will actually be taking full advantage of these new cards. Like, currently, I'm looking at, like, the upcoming list of games and, like, games that are supported. I'm looking at graphics card pricing going, what if I just, like, buy two 2080s? Just have, like, one in the closet in case the other one burns out, and then one to use. I'm kind of thinking about that. Because, like, when is Dwarf Fortress going to suddenly need a bigger graphics card? I'd be good for computer hardware for like the next decade. We're in a weird space right now for computers and tech. $3DF and 2040. Well, I mean, that's a long ways away though. I can wait. It's fine. I can save. I mean, graphics cards in 2040 at the rate that they're going will be $80,000 each. So, better start saving now for that graphics card down payment. But you have a 3070, so you're good for a long while. Yeah, that I guess is the difference here. Is like I'm on a 1070, right? Which is why I think we're gonna try and do some sort of fundraising of some sort for new graphics card as of like my stream anniversary or partner anniversary. I haven't decided yet. Probably partner anniversary because those matter more. The stream anniversary is just more like this weird novelty now. But 4 years of Twitch partner coming up this year. Ain't that wild? I think it's 4. It was 2018 I got partnered. So 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. 4 years. Number of people in games like Squad who have 3090s and are complaining about 40 FPS at 1080 while I'm still on a 1080 cracking 60 FPS in cinematic settings makes you laugh. Wait, are you, oh, like people who have like fully updated graphics cards and they perform worse on games that are poorly optimized? I mean, that's just that's an optimization issue. In NVIDIA NVS 510. Yeah, but see, here's here's the difference between you and me. Frog. I do occasionally play games that look pretty, you know? Like, they're never not very long, but like I want to play like Callisto Protocol. And that's gonna need a nicer graphics card. Yeah, I'm generally in the same boat, but like if I can pay $600-700 and have a graphics card that is good, like the issue that I have with my current graphics card isn't that it's a bad graphics card, it's that it's 6 years old. I bought it in shit, is that 6 years? 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. It's 6 years old is my graphics card. So for me it's not like it's probably gonna become a liability in the next 2 years. I should probably have a backup is more where I'm at this point. Like, that's kind of where my justification is starting to come from. It's like well, I feel like I need this as a backup. But why does it work so well on your much older GPU? You just don't understand that. If anyone could DM you a link as to why, that'd be awesome. It's engine optimizations, right? And driver support is largely what it is. It's like if a larger portion of their audience aren't using the newer tech, then there's no reason for them to support it. Or alternatively, and this is also kind of the Dwarf Fortress problem, or a Dwarf Fortress problem up until recently when they got new computers, if you are designing your game for older hardware, it's not necessarily going to run better on newer hardware. It's I've encountered like weird, like if you go back to games from the 90s, every now and again you'll try and run a game on modern hardware and it'll just run like absolute shit. Looks bad, plays bad, breaks in all kinds of weird places, and poorly made games that are modern run into the same issues. Not a very technical description, but like that's my layman's description of why like there are some new games that run better on worse hardware. I know that there's like issues with Tarkov running better on certain types of hardware too. Sending those dwarves down there. We're going to smooth up this thing. I think up here, I'm going to get them to start engraving these walls. Hopefully we get some good ones. Butterfly Demons. It's going to be that one. Oopsies. No, work. Yes, done. Butterfly Demons. This one. Specify new image. Creature. Brute of Steam. Amethyst Brutes we saw. Brutes of Steam. I haven't seen any of those other ones here. Done. What's the name of that named demon? Ray Phantom. IRN. New Dead. Ah, Grey Phantom, born in 69. This thing. Perfect. Some 32-bit games even run on 64-bit systems without compatibility modes. Yes, some do. You always figured that the card was programmed the same as extra code for new future gimmicks. Thanks for explanation. I mean,
Morning blind and shadow slash.
it's the meaning of the universe. Thank you very much for the 42nd month. Checking I get a round of beers for the, not the first resub of the day, but the 106th maybe. Cheers, man. And Wilmer withdraws from society, who's our outpost liaison, by the way. Very important member of society. It's still up on your screen. Try refreshing. That should fix it. Because that shouldn't still be up. That should have gone away long time ago. It's fine, 700-800. Okay. I mean, to be fair, the biggest one that Navy's ever caused, I think, was like 1,900%. That was like over a year ago. It was a very long time ago. I mean, not a very long time ago. It was a long time ago. But how's things, Rory? How you been, man? We are preparing to siege hell, is the current plan. Just preparing to siege hell. Nothing super crazy. We're building long hallways. Prepping very carefully. Kind of want to just build a jeweler's shop down here. And get all these gems just cut. Get all these rough onyx opals. That might be the quickest way to get rid of all these gems, because there's so many and I don't feel like just dumping them into the lava. Till the start of November, you're surviving a few long weeks ahead. Sounds pleasant? Or unpleasant? Not sure. But, I mean, we're just preparing to siege hell, which, you know, is as lovely as it sounds. We're going to be making them all out of iron, I think. Really only have 7 pieces of brass. I thought I was making brass earlier. Guess we ran out. Falling down. Where did Direct go? Direct blocks. 2 at a time. 2 at a time. Also pretty sure I need a mechanic. So let's give this dwarf, Adam, mechanics. After you're done smoothing them. Good win, Diamond. Once again. You're on a winning streak of 2? Don't get cocky now. You might be on a winning streak of 3 soon. Or 4, God forbid. But hopefully by the end of tonight, we will be fighting with the besieged hell peoples down below, and they'll all be trapped up in here, ideally. Otherwise, you know, we'll all die horribly, and, you know, that'll be a good time too, probably. I think this will be our exit door, which I should probably make out of a different material. Make this out of orthoclase. One day you're polishing the floor and the foreman tells you, "Congratulations, you're our engineer now. Don't screw up. We're breaching hell." Pretty much. I need you to hook up all these mechanisms. Don't fuck up. Also, Wilmer has begun a mysterious construction who I was about to check in with anyway, so that's convenient. Quartzite, iron, moss opals, unicorn bone, a bunch of cave spider silk cloth. Seems good. Make good stuff. Yeah, that's quite literally how it goes, I guess. The foreman's just like, the dwarf in charge is like, Yaris. Yaris goes, "Aye, sir. You're now in charge of all of our engineering." Good luck, laddie. Because this is fine. Alright, so, waiting for a gem cutter or gem setter to make that gem cutter's workshop, although it looks like this dwarf is on it. Perfect. Allow me to blow your mind. You're not your mind. Allow me to blow your mind. By simply going here, clicking, where did it go? Because this will also be included. So you don't need to mod in an ASCII version, because ASCII is going to be available in Dwarf Fortress by just simply going to the options menu and clicking a button. But I think it'll feel different because it'll be mouse driven. But aside from that, all tile sets just look like Dwarf Fortress to me. Also, the ASCII version will still be free. So when premium updates, admittedly, adventure mode won't be available for a period of time, but you will be able to, you know, play Dwarf Fortress for free in ASCII with the new UI. Allow me to... did you actually? Wrong Chiet? Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, wrong Chiet indeed. Diamond is trying to, you know, jump between streams too often, and it seems to be biting him in the butt. All right, so what are these? These are onyx opals? Onyx opals, yes. Onyx opal cut, repeat. Well, they're now going to just start cutting all those onyx opals. Tyrelac, what up? It's good to see you. Hollow. Also, we're going to make an adamantine statue, and then we're going to start making iron statue. Make 30 iron statues. Existing images. Butterfly demons. The Basin of Gloves. I'm going to fill this area up with butterfly demon statues. Wilmer, the Outpost Liaison, has created Sedurunder Lamesaluduth, a bulky cave spider silk. What is that? I'll say? What? I don't... Hold up. Let me Google that. The heck? I have no idea what that is. All right, so the Outpost Liaison has made a thing that I don't know what it is. Let's find out what that is. Emerald balances the round clam. No, emerald baldness, the round clam. It's emerald baldness, the round clam, chat. It's a Baltic cave spider silk, whatever the fuck that is. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round quartzite cabochons and cushioned marble cabochons and encircled with bands of cave spider silk and brilliant cut moss opals and oval quartzite cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and quartzite, and menaces with spikes of unicorn bone and iron. On the item is an image of a grate in cave spider silk. You made a tool to do a thing and ended up dropping molten plastic on your hand, and you have a small blister, as you were smart enough to know it might happen. So, and you had a bucket of water near you to dunk your hand in. Just like turn around, sploosh. Well, hopefully your hand heals quickly. It sucks though. It really does suck. I've had some pretty bad random burns from places I've done work at, too. The tool worked well for the thing that you made it for. Well, that's good. Also, I like the concept of the word jikes as opposed to yikes. It's like, what is that word you're using? Ah, yes, jikes. Absolutely terrified. Jikes. Might be one of my new favorite chatisms. Up there with raise your dongers. All right, well, incoming statue. It's gonna be a very valuable room as of now. Right, yeah, we made a statue of Blizzard Men. That's a fitting statue to put down here, I would say. And then those 3 iron statues can just go right here. Start building the others slowly. We need architects. It's almost done. And Diamond is cutting onyx opals. Good work, Diamond. You're cutting your people. Although now you're leaving to go get a drink, so I'm not going to say that you're actually very efficient. Oh, you're cutting onyx opals, or you were cutting onyx opals. So this will be enter/exit. This retracting orthoclase bridge will be Trying to think if that actually works. When I pull it, it's going to raise that and disappear that. When I pull it again, it's going to disappear that and lower that. I don't know if I want to set up like that. Let's actually just do a normal raising bridge that goes across here. This will be made out of orthic lace. Watching their skins being peeled. All right, let's go back over to this side. And keep placing diorite boulders down. Demons are blissfully unaware of the nonsense going on above them. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder about these guys. These guys who are just like hanging out in this hole here that seemingly can't go up and also seemingly can't go down. There's three of them. I mean, there's these shadow phantoms, which are blobs composed of ash with an enormous shell that appear to be emaciated. And then we have these gray phantoms, which are gigantic stegosaurids composed of ash with short trunks and a bloated body. This one specifically, New Dead, killed this poor cogsack dwarf, which is, a damn shame, frankly. But I wonder how blissfully unaware or aware they are. And Lump over here also appears to be cutting onyx opals. Good work, Lump. Those are the two crews of people that I need to be doing things. And I'm waiting on those statues to come up here too. Rock mechanisms are coming over. Slower than I'd like, but hey. Or at least they're coming over. Gotta count for something. I'm going to make a gem stockpile, but I'm going to put it up here. Except it's only going to be for cut gems. So not rough gems, just cut gems. Just cut gems. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we're able to pull off this fight successfully, because I think this will be a real fun time if we are able to do it. Okay, you're making mica mechanisms. These dwarves are all putting shit away. Oh no! The Forgotten Beast Gutstak Iversdoldstuck has come. A gigantic blob composed of water. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. This is the most terrifying, not terrifying creature I've ever seen. It's not even remotely terrifying. Not even, like, startling or concerning. But it has webs, which is terrifying. It's a water turtle. It truly is, yes. I'm going to send my entire military to go stab it to death, and hopefully none of us die. Chat, how many dwarves do you think are dumb enough to actually die to a bubble of water? Because that's what this is. A bubble of water. And currently it's slowly like flopping, bubbling, floating, bloating, blubbling, something towards us. Iron Mace 2. And what do you want, Mayor? Rock. Oh, shit. Rock Great 2. That's fine. I feel like it's going to be Caligula stabbing the sea all over again. All right, well, here comes the military. It looks like Ingiz is up front. We will continue following our uninvited guest. Can I just say I love the wording of uninvited guest? Doesn't matter, like, the context. It's just like, enemy entering map is uninvited guest. All right, so my dwarves all run and get caught in the water. Ingiz actually managed to die to the bubble. And, that's awkward. I'm actually curious. How did you die, Ingiz? The Forgotten Beast pushes the Swordsmaster in the lower body, but the attack is deflected. Okay, so he's just pushing him. Then at some point, Forgotten Beast pushes the Swordmaster in the left lower leg. The attack is deflected by the Iron Greaves. The Swordmaster is caught in a web. The Forgotten Beast pushes the Swordmaster in the upper arm, and the injured part collapses. So it just kind of crushed him. Ugh. The Forgotten Beast pushes the Swordmaster in the upper body, and the injured part explodes into gore. So it literally just, like, rolled over, like, bubble rolled over him. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the dwarves that killed this bubble of water, but also can I get some, like, I don't know, laughing emojis at this idiot? I'm just, like, impressed that he died in such an embarrassing fashion. Meanwhile, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap over here, our right hand is mangled beyond recognition. So we do need medics up in here, like stat. They're still caught in the web. That just happens when a whole bunch of water falls on you suddenly. Seems like it, yeah. You know, I've never actually seen a dwarf die to a water beast before. Got several dwarves just vomiting over here. Too much water, I guess? Can you guys, like, not get de-webbed? It's a truly ridiculous amount of webs. Okay, well, you're carrying that body out. Can we, you know, maybe rescue the wounded? There you go. That's what I'm talking about. It's like the sloth demon from Dark Souls just rolling over people? You mean the Sonic demon from Dark Souls just rolling over people? Or the Katamari Damacy demon from Dark Souls? Both terrifying. Master, or... Fuck, no, not Master of the Universe. What's the name of the guy that's the head in Katamari Damacy? It's the something of the universe. I swear I'm not making this up. King of the Cosmos, that was his name. It's like, I wanted to say Master of the Universe, but I knew that was wrong. King of the Cosmos, Master of the Universe, tomato, tomato. Same thing. Also, King of the Cosmos is probably a really good stoner metal band. Completely unaware of Katamari. As we pull away more of these boulders to use them as flooring. And the dwarves cancel the construction of floor constantly because there's boulders in the way, of course. Fortunately, both mica and diorite are the same color, so this should be very easy. Looks like Lump is still cutting onyx opals for us. so you enter, exit. Those two. And that last one's not done yet. Okay, well, that figures. Seeing more mandates. One more mace. What's the mayor want? One more great. Of course, I'm making 2 of each, because why not? I'm kind of in this weird position because it's been a very long time since this fort's actually had any mandates. Okay, so this is the one image that they were allowed to just draw whatever, which they drew an image of Aloth Coglian, Archloved, surrounded by dwarves. Artwork relates to the appointment of them to the position of militia captain of the Ancient Beard in 220. Well, that's fitting. Then down here we have image of Butterfly Demons, an image of Brutes of Steam, and an image of Cogsack, the Dwarf, and New Dead, the Grey Phantom, by Sam Taxagon. New Dead is striking down Cogsack. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Cogsack by the Grey Phantom in Threatdweller in the early spring, or the early autumn of 236. That is possibly our most notable event in this fortress, combined with demons, because it was the dwarf who dug too deep and then was, dispatched by that Grey Phantom. I think I just need to give more dwarves architecture. It's like a rerun of that. By the way, you're an architect now, or by the way, you're an engineer now. Don't die. But we do need more architects to get those bridges done. I don't really care about the bridge quality. It's fine. It's not like we're worried about them collapsing into the ocean or something silly. I am, however, worried about demons, running rampant and murdering everybody. So, we gotta deal with things one thing at a time. Also, apparently Slime Rancher 2's out. That was a really, quick turnaround. From announcement to release. So we released the circus? Yep. Yeah, we did that yesterday. The circus is down here. But we are routing it so that in order for them to enter the fort, they're going to have to go through this. That's what this really long hallway's for. It's a fun tunnel for the clowns to get flattened so that we can inhabit circus. Of course, we're still going to need to, potentially sacrifice a few dwarves and use them to build stairs to, invite the demons up, but one thing at a time, of course. Kind of tempted to use the artifact floodgate to block this off. Because I'm assuming demons can't topple an artifact floodgate, but in before they can, and that would just end the fort immediately. Oh, it's going well. And yourself, Trevenor? Just, prepping for all-out war with the circus. Prepping for all-out war with hell, as you do. Just normal Dwarf Fortress things. Well, one thing at a time. You know what's fucked up? I think that the games industry has collectively forgotten what the term open beta means. Open beta is supposed to be a free thing that anybody can mess around with. Now it's literally just like pre-order and you can play the game now, except it'll be shit instead of like, you know, functional. You had a dwarf make like a $60,000 artifact in year 2. Is there any real downside to selling it? It'll give you enough money to get everything that you need for a while, and it seems cheap to do that. Is there any downside to do that? No, not really. Not really. Did I make this out of the wrong material? Yes, I did. No, the game will only toss a huge necro army at you on year 1 if you have prepared in a way that is very situationally allowing the game to do that. In order for the game to throw a huge necro army at you on year 1, you have to settle near a large necro army, which would usually mean either large what's the word I'm looking for here? Which would usually mean either a large tower or a huge monster pits that are full of demons or something. So you need to settle somewhere to allow for that to happen. The game can't just do that. As an example, the game literally can't do that to me right now. Unless I've attacked towers, which I have. But the game could do that. But only because I've permitted the game to do that. Because I want the game to do that, because I think that would be fun. Don't you? If just like 1,200 zombies showed up, wouldn't that be great? But, you know, it's Dwarf Fortress is this weird kind of flippy floppy thing on both sides where it's like, on one hand, it's an extremely mean, hard game, but on the other hand, I have a huge, good field, but didn't notice the Necro Tower 5 tiles away on the outskirt. Well, I mean, that's a you problem. So when you're settling, hit tab a couple of times because it'll swap out the mini-map on the left side and the text on the right side, and it'll show you who's close by, whether or not they're at war with you, whether or not they're in attacking range, whether or not they'll know you're there immediately when you settle. Those kinds of things. So that is a 100% avoidable option. So can the game do that? Yes, because you screwed up. You're like the difficulty setting screen in Dwarf Fortress is the like embark screen, right? If you embark somewhere where you allow the game to throw mean things at you, that is up to the player, right? Yes, that's what the neighbors means. No, it's not that they will not attack. It's they're not close enough to you to notice that you're there, right? So if you're like, okay, so to give you an example, I live in Canada, right? If I make a fortress on the west coast of Canada and there's a goblin outpost on the east coast of Canada, they're not going to see me, right? But if I make a fortress like right next to the Great Lakes and there's like bunch of necromancer towers right across the border in the States, they'll see me there, right? So it's all about where you settle. Like if, like just looking at this world map here, if I settle here, there's goblins in range. They're right here, right? There's elves in range. They're right here. But there's no humans. There's no necromancer towers. But if I go up here and I attack this Necromancer Tower, which I've done, they can now invade me. If I attack humans, which I've done, they can now invade me. If I attack these goblins up here, which I think I've done, yeah, they can now invade me, even though they're not technically in range. I don't know, I was just using dumb analogies based on real-world distances. I'll have you know, I went to Montreal earlier this year, and it was lovely. Aside from, like, the incredibly difficult to walk on sidewalks, it was a lovely trip. How is far away safe? Because you're far enough away that they don't know that you're there. It's, you know, it's like the classic thing, right? In the medieval era, you could be living in a town, right? And there could be another town like 4 hours walk away. They could get raided, destroyed, annihilated off of the planet, and you wouldn't know for 3 weeks because you just don't go there. You may not know until next year because nobody just walked over there. And then you walk over there and they've all been dead for a year, and you're like, oh my god. Word travels, but in Dwarf Fortress, you can be far enough away that they literally don't know that you exist. But as your population grows, things might become aware that you exist. Like goblins, as an example, don't realize that the dwarves have made a fortress until the dwarves have 80 dwarves. So if you have less than 80 dwarves, they just won't know that you're there. Zombies, on the other hand, don't care. So if you settle right next to a tower, they could invade you when you have 5 dwarves. They can invade you when you have 50. They could invade you when you have 200. They don't care. They will just attack you when they happen to wander into the area. Because they just want bodies. Talking to traders matters so much because they literally tell you about fights that are happening in the world. It doesn't notify you anywhere, but if you go to this screen and you hit N, and then you zoom out... I am not seeing any right now. But, there's plenty of... Oh, there's some. The traders have notified us about this fighting going on up here. Look at this. Which means this Dwarven fortress right here is being attacked by this. And they're also attacking this, meaning this fortress is probably kind of weak right now. We could probably hit them. This Goblin fortress on the other side of the world. See? N. Turn on news. Scroll around the world. Take a peek. Sometimes you'll see notices down in the bottom of the screen that are just like, a poet has shared tales from beyond whatever your fortress's name is. So right now, if I look at these fortresses by default on this world, there's no indicator of what's happening, right? If I hit N and then scroll back to the same spot, we can see these little red lines moving. These little red lines depict armies. So one of the either traders or visitors I've had recently has told me that this fighting is happening. So this Goblin fortress up here is doing a number on these Dwarven forts. If that makes any sense. If I scroll around, if I could try and find some others. But I just don't have much knowledge of what's happening up in this part of the world because we don't have much connection to them. Yeah, I'm not seeing any others. There used to be a lot of like reports of like these goblins attacking my other fortresses, but the main fortress that they were attacking is now dead, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I literally just hit C and then N on the world map, and it'll give you a lot of weird information. You can also figure out like what other people know about your fortress. Like other people know that the Catch of Focus was known to be in the Berry of Rooms in Threatdweller. Risen Scar was known to be in the Berry of Rooms in Threatdweller. The Boat of Lurking was known to be in the Berry of Rooms in Threatdweller. That's the Berry of Rooms is my I think that's the name of the bedroom that my queen uses. Seasons in the Sun was known to be in the Godly Library. This is all the public knowledge about my fortress that other factions are aware of. They're simulated. You don't go in and micro your armies. You get like a list of events that have happened. Unless it's fights that are happening on your map, at which point then you can... I mean, there is no micro indoor fortress. You can give, like, general orders, but the dwarves have the final say. Although it is planned for the map update, which is obviously, you know, not done yet. But the map update, theoretically, if I go up to the surface, you know, this is my playfield, right? This is, for Fortress mode, this is my playfield. But in Adventure, anybody who's played Adventure mode will know that this is a very, very, very small portion of the world, right? The map update is supposed to make this into the whole world. Supposedly, somehow. So eventually you will be able to, I guess, theoretically, micro your dwarves in enemy territory, assuming those features actually get implemented into the game. The game has the possibility and compatibility for it. It's just a matter of that happening. Adventure mode's really cool. Adventure mode doesn't get enough credit. Not enough people give it the time of day, which I think is kind of a shame. You know how to create a character and go up and down stairs? Yeah, it's a start. And how to melt ice in a water skin? Yep. Couldn't figure out how to cut down a tree. Well, first you need an axe. You can make a stone axe pretty easily. I don't know. Honestly, at this point with Adventure Mode, I will say the same thing about Adventure Mode that I say about Fortress Mode. Just wait until they update the UI. Honestly, like, it's a bad thing for me to say as somebody who's supposed to influence you guys into playing video games, but seriously, like, just wait. Just wait. You had an axe, you couldn't figure out how to put it in your hand. You have to put it in your bag and then equip it, and unequip other things that you had. But genuinely, like, just wait. Yeah, literally just not play the video game. That's my advice for right now, is literally just wait. Or just play it a lot. Like, that's literally the way I've learned Adventure Mode as well as I have, and I don't know Adventure Mode as well as I know Fortress Mode, is literally just sitting down, screenshotting the help menu, which is just a list of hotkeys, staring at it, and then working my way through. Well, at the very least, we're not running scheduled ads, so you'll only see the one, laddie. I've also never been on a cruise. And you know what? I don't ever want to be. It kind of looks like hell. Yeah, don't ever start in a city. That's, to quote Tarn, there's too many people thinking in cities, so thus the game gets a little slow. And we wait, and we wait, and we wait. With Adventure Mode, I pressed enter too early. I also pressed enter too early, don't worry. All the goddamn time. Multiple times a week, even. With marble. Marble. Guess I hit marble instead of mica. Whoops. The marble's also useful. We should be saving that. Good luck. Are you going to try and do that entirely from Fortress Mode? Or are you going to do that from adventure mode? Because you better generate a small world with not a lot of artifacts, otherwise that's going to take a very long time. Still maintain that's going to take a very long time. There's a person on Reddit who's been playing Fortress mode who's trying to capture every forgotten beast in the world. And they're like more than halfway done. They've captured, it's like 600 something. Elven caravan has arrived to trade, which is good. I mean, I'm quite happy with my let's just keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years bullshit. Try to get the embark site right where you buried them. That's an option. Yeah, you could do that. Or do I just slaughter and sell? Like, do I shear them? Sure, certain times in forts. If I have a good setup for farming, this fort does not have a good setup for farming. Or animal husbandry, so I don't bother. But it depends on the fort, yeah. I often make cheese, spin cloth, all that stuff. Long Death actually had quite the cheese industry, and then some fucker killed all my cows. That was suboptimal. You like to make glass? Glass is fun. I'm not a big fan of making crystal glass because it's just a pain in the ass, but green glass is good. Crystal glass is just too many steps. More steps than it's worth. And that's how I feel about a lot of stuff in Dwarf Fortress. There's mead is great until you realize that it's so buggy. And not just because there's bees everywhere. I swear to God, that isn't an intended joke. It's just super buggy and breaks on a good day and just has a hard time functioning correctly, and it's just kind of annoying. Yes, bees are buggy. Yes, I did in fact say that. You haven't messed with rock crystal? The queen of this fortress keeps on demanding rock crystal mirror or rock crystal or crystal glass windows in their bedroom. And you know what? All I have to say to them is, "Oh, you sweet summer child. There's no way in hell you're getting that." So that she can just cry from here to hell and back forever. And you know what? She'll be fine. She will be fine. Armor stands in, you want to make crystal glass beehives. Can you make crystal glass beehives? Sure can. I've never even made glass. I like making, what's it called? Not glass. I really like making, clay beehives because they just seem very real to me. I like making things out of materials that I would imagine in real life. I have a hard time imagining a glass beehive, but I have a very easy time imagining a clay beehive or a ceramic beehive even for some reason. So I've tried to breed minotaurs. I've also tried to breed ettins and had zero luck with either of those. I've done that. I have a giant labyrinth with 3 minotaurs in it in Long Death. It's literally just like my fort in Long Death. You tend to make a lot of glass pots. I catch myself making a lot of rock pots and then eventually migrating over to glass pots. Yeah, I do that too. I also like making glass blocks because they're useful for constructions. Styrofoam hives exist. Yes, but we're not in a world where styrofoam exists in Dwarf Fortress. Unless it's like, I don't know, what would styrofoam be? Squeaky metal? Squeaky metal, there you go. Also, hello, Kit. That's a very fancy zoo indeed. Yeah, Long Death has a very fancy zoo. Long Death has giants, ettins, cyclopses, minotaurs. I need to like organize. You know, maybe that's gonna be my next project for Long Death, like next week or something. Is like start working on actually like putting all of those legendary critters into like some sort of zoo setup thing. Maybe encase them in glass. I don't know. Yeah, I believe that wood would be good for hives. It'd be cool if clear glass hives were super fancy, but in real life would probably be something more like a fish tank with frames or something for the bees. Yeah, I'd imagine. Like, there's like same with beds. Like for me, for Dwarf Fortress with beds, like I'm assuming they have blankets, right? Can you do underground beekeeping? Bees need to be able to see the stars. They need to be able to see the surface. So, you could, but you'd have to have like ventilation shafts and such. Also, if a dwarf walks through there, they're gonna get covered in bee stings, which requires hospitalization in some cases. Technically, they should, yes, but I don't use DF Hack or DF Therapist, so I don't have those extra like indicators. And I've never had any luck breeding Ettins or Minotaurs, and I've tried on multiple occasions. You've seen plexiglass and have you've seen a plexiglass hive in IRL at a natural history museum. You believe? Okay, fine. There's a place called Abbotsford Bees, I think. Here, it's kind of like a halfway like educational site, halfway like honeybee producing place. Like they produce honey. It's like a massive honey production factory. Slash set of beehives, but it's on top of being this very large honey production plant. It's also got like this very large tourism side where like they have a gift shop and shit, and like a bee museum, and you can go look at their hives outside, and they'll like teach you how to like make honey and stuff. They run classes. It's a neat location, but they have this wall in the main room that is a beehive, and it's a glass wall on both sides. So you walk in and there's like just this wall in the middle of this indoor space that goes up to their ceiling, and the ceiling it like is where they get out, right? So they can go down and do bee stuff, whatever bees do. But on the inside you can just like look into this hive, and it's just like basically a giant fish tank with like with just like the styrofoam panels like slid in the sides, and then it's sealed off, and you just stand there and watch them working. It's probably what a clear glass hive would be like. I used to buy beeswax candles there when I lived closer to there. Investments are open if you want to invest your fake channel points. Google image glass beehive. Yes, there you go. Glass beehive, yep. Or rather, I guess it would be Google image indoor glass beehive. Actually, let's see if I can find the one in Abbotsford. No, I can't find that particular one, but... But yeah, like this kind of stuff's pretty sick. Big fan of this. Although I feel like if the wrong person came into your house, they would just like freak out if they saw that. Ooh, that's kind of rad. Anyway. You saw this thing where they had a bunch of bees flying around in a glass box, and as soon as they turned the lights off, all the bees dropped at once. Like they just like all went to sleep. It's basically a hunting vending machine. Check out Autoflow for IRL beekeeping. It's basically, I believe you. That's one of my dreams. It's like I know that they have like automatic dispensing things for honey and whatnot. I've always wanted to have property where I'm allowed to have bees. It's like one of my goals in life. Chickens and bees. You know, it's funny. Like some streamers and some people on the internet and some people who like work in this industry are like, yeah, I want to own a nice house. I want to get a nice car. I want to retire. I'm like, I just want like a cabin on a plot of land with some bees. Except then there's like the side part for me where it's like, I also want to have poppies. Because poppy honey has interesting effects. Anyway, the night you're sleeping, you hear glass breaking. Exactly. It's like, flamethrower. Anybody who's actually like genuinely scared of bees though is a problem to society. Change my mind. Like anybody who would just like go after bees with a flamethrower is a menace to society and needs to be stopped. Nobody robs a house full of bees. Only if there's like a caution automatic bee. It's like you have guard dogs, I have guard bees. Bees are crucial to science. Exactly. That's why I said anybody goes after bees are. Bees navigate using the sun, so dropping it is probably... Oh, really? It's probably to stop them getting lost. That's fascinating, Kettle. I didn't actually know that. What's this? Your link? It's got an MP... Is that going to play sound? It's got a .mp4. Oh, it's not. It's fine. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah. Turn off the sun. Do-do-do-do. Like, just... That's fascinating. Cool. Thanks for sharing. I also use the sun to navigate. Sun's still up? Ah, it's too early. Walk outside, see sun, turn around, walk back inside. Problem solved. I kid. I do actually really like being outside. No sun, no fly. Exactly. Where are we dragging shit? Seems like a lot of gems are going away. Yours looks like a giant checkered board? Then curve your walls. It's very easy. Like, I don't consider my forts to be particularly aesthetically pleasing because I'm too used to looking at some of the crazy fucking mega forts that some people in this community build, but I don't like them to look ugly. I think that there's like a very fine line between like squares and just like dull to look at. I try pretty hard to keep my forts from being dull to look at. I mean, like I was talking about yesterday, You know how endgame in Warframe isn't just having the best gear? Endgame in Warframe is having the best gear and making your shit look awesome. Dwarf Fortress is kind of like that. Endgame Dwarf Fortress isn't like building a really big fortress. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is building a really big fortress and also making it look like a movable art piece. Or a functional art piece, even. So... Okay, so those are going to be the mashers. Yeah, I try and aim for more of like the same way that Krug Smash kind of tries to style his things, where it's like I try and just make them look organic, natural, and like look like something that dwarves would actually make, right? Cupo makes psychedelic art pieces. Is making it Turing complete? That's a different, like, okay, so like if I'm talking about like the lawful good ending, you're the chaotic evil ending, making it Turing complete. That's the other canonical end for Dwarf Fortress, is enslaving vampires to be your switches. Because like I never automate anything in my forts, so they're very far from Turing complete. Why do you gotta say sorry? You know, many people have played Minecraft for years and have never finished it. Just because you've never actually hit endgame doesn't mean you have to say sorry. You have no interest in it. I've also never finished Minecraft because the last time I really actively played Minecraft, it still ran in a browser. Same goes for, you know, significantly inferior games like RimWorld. Lots of people have played RimWorld for a very long time and have never finished it. Whatever you consider to be a big fortress is a big fortress. No computer can really run 500 dwarves well. And I don't think dwarven population counts towards the scale of a fort. Depends on the goal of the fort. Like Long Death is one of the oldest, biggest fortresses ever made, which is a fortress that I made, humble brag. And it only has 50 dwarves in it. Doesn't need more than that. I probably won't live stream buying it and downloading it when released, because I can tell you for fact I will have it early. Although I guess I could theoretically buy it from whichever platform they don't give me a key for, because they'll probably give me a Steam key, realistically. So I could live stream myself buying and downloading it on itch. Could do that. That's an option. As I yawn. Why would I give the key away? I'm a selfish twat. Will probably just keep it. No, I mean, if I'm gonna like stream myself gifting copies, that's something completely different. But at that point, it really depends on how much it costs. I'll probably gift at least one copy though. I will definitely gift a copy to my older sister, because my older sister has 1,800 hours in RimWorld and about 5,000 in The Sims 4. So frankly, I think my older sister is properly prepared and ready to play Dwarf Fortress. But she also has like a couple hundred hours in Songs of Six now, which I'm quite proud of. She's learned so well. My older sister, for those of you who don't know, when I was a little kid, I was the nerd in the family because I played video games. I was the weird one, and I got bullied for playing video games. Then this thing happened to my older sister where she met a boy who played a lot of World of Warcraft. She started playing World of Warcraft, and then she dumped him pretty quickly. And then she met another guy on World of Warcraft who she's now married to. So let's just say that World of Warcraft and I guess now the Final Fantasy MMO are very important video games for my older sister. And she ended up playing other games around the edges like The Sims, and has now like joined me in video game nerddom, which I'm very proud of her for. She did good jobs. Maybe you should go play some WoW so that you too can meet a boy. I don't know. You have to play on roleplay servers though. That's the caveat. Ew, Grody, exactly. Gotta play on roleplay servers. Get way into role-playing actual events. The weird thing about that server that she was on was she met a bunch of people that I knew at the time. But it was like always this really roundabout thing where like she'd be like, "Hey, do you know a person who works at this store in this mall?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I know, Mike. What?" Your laptop slightly chugs. Bad playing it now. Even some of the fan-made maps. Shame you can't import said maps to the Steam version. Hold on a second. So playing Dwarf Fortress on your laptop runs right now, and shame that you can't import said map. Why would you want to import said maps to the Steam version? That's something that like I don't fully understand. Is like people get weirdly attached. It's like if you want to keep playing a save that you had from a previous version of Dwarf Fortress, just keep playing that version of Dwarf Fortress. Like the nice thing about Dwarf Fortress is every single version is just like archived. You can just keep playing them. How the heck did that? What? Okay. So if there's a perfect version or a specific version of Dwarf Fortress that you want to play, just keep playing that version. Well, I mean, you stop getting migrants at 3,000 dead, for one thing. But, like, I get that. But at the same time, just keep playing that version then. Like, there's a person who streams Dwarf Fortress sometimes who only ever has, like, 1 or 2 viewers, playing on a version from, like, 2016. Because he likes that world. He's just kept playing it. Doesn't care about the updates. Why the hell are there elves all the way down here? The fuck? A weird direction for them to leave. Okay, so I have a question. Then what about mechanical changes that change the game for the better that break save files? Isn't that like an improvement though? Like, there are some bugs that you will still encounter. So if I go and I generate a world in an older version of Dwarf Fortress and I put it into a newer version of Dwarf Fortress, there will be errors. Like, I will encounter bugs that I wouldn't otherwise. So why would you intentionally make your own play experience worse by bringing old save files into newer versions of the game? Unless you're trying to play a modded save file. Like, I will do that sometimes. That's why I have an old install of Dwarf Fortress just specifically for generating worlds for the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod pack, which just lets you play as the like Mario peoples. But like that thing crashes all the goddamn time and is busted as all hell. But do I know if animal people will be in the Steam version? Dwarf Fortress will have the same features that it had previously, so yes. I mean, hold on. Let me scroll down Kit Fox's Twitter for a second here. I got something to show you. Chad, I just want to remind us that nobody here is a cop, and if you decide to report me for showing this image, and I do in fact get banned from this platform, I will be very upset with you. So I just want you to know that the image that I'm about to show is not, in fact, a penis. In fact, it has absolutely no relation to a penis. So do not, accuse me of crimes that I'm definitely not about to commit. How far back do I need to scroll down here? August. Okay, hold up. It'll be easier if I do it this way. Media. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Hi, animal. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Scrolling, scrolling. Panda, scrolling, scrolling. There it is. Ah, see? Not a penis. All of the lurkers looking over. 100% a penis. It's a worm man. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's Earthworm Jim. The bow tie really makes it, frankly. So, you know. Yes, there will, in fact, be animal people. Probably still dresses like that nowadays. Oh, most likely. Also, now I'm stuck on Twitter. I should probably close Twitter. I'm closing Twitter. I made somebody mad on Twitter, apparently. Because Kit Fox tweeted, Dwarf Fortress has been out since 2006, and we're still working on the graphics. And I commented him like, well, yeah, because like you guys didn't start working on the graphics until about 2 years ago. And someone's like, are you serious? Now there's like apparently a whole thread comment section underneath that. It's like, well, quite literally, they didn't start working on the graphics for Premium Dwarf, or rather, they didn't start working on implementing the new UI and graphics for Premium Dwarf Fortress until spring 2020. They announced it in 2019, but they didn't start working on it for a year. So, yes, technically they haven't really been working on the UI or graphics until 2020. So, and then they also had to redo like a third of it because artist problems. Also, apparently there was an artifact in the middle of that somewhere. I totally missed that, but that's fine. Controversy, yeah, right. Fucking. As person who makes video games, Benjamin would know. Although, to be fair, the thing I'm actually looking forward to about our Dwarf Fortress is not the UI and UX. The thing I'm looking forward to about Premium Dwarf Fortress is we can build walls on floors! That's the only feature I'm actually really looking forward to about Premium. All of my other excitement about Premium is purely just like my own, like, profit jealousy. Stockpile, yeah, making stockpiles bigger is also a close second. But building walls on floors, fuck you. That's the most anticipated feature. Can we put, yeah, we can do that already. Animal. Like, I don't care about what everybody else is excited about. The only thing I'm really excited about is that we'll be able to build a floor and then build a wall on top of the floor. Although I was talking to Tarn about this, and he says that what he wants it to be actually is that he wants it so that you can designate the material used to make the floor to make the wall. So he wants to be able to say, place the floor, because right now he says what they do is you place the wall and they deconstruct the floor, leave the floor block there, go get a wall block and put the wall block there. He says he wants you to be able to designate the... Although the thing that like I'm expecting now is what's going to happen is at some point I'm going to be building a wall on top of floors and they're going to deconstruct something that makes them fall. Like that's going to happen because they deconstruct the floor before they place the wall there. So On one hand, very excited that we can do that. On the other hand, I can't wait till a dwarf just like deconstructs the floor to place a wall somewhere and then like falls. It's gonna happen. You have embarks where you have to do like ravines and you want to make a room hovering over rivers. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. I mean, it's not quite the same thing, but I have this bridge. This would have been much less of a pain in the ass to build if I could build on floors. Same with this tower. Down to 90 dwarves. Be getting done quicker if I had more. How are you enjoying your vacation, Hydra Slayer? Seem to be enjoying it. You get to hang out near you ate a truly decadent dish. Yeah, it's just like all the dwarves are given a magic spell where they can just like point at a wall and be like, "You have become wall. Ya dang floor. Blab kablooey." The technical term. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. What did you claim again? Mason's workshop. Ooh, please make me a door. That'd be cool. It's like a floor, but taller. It's like a floor, but vertical. Hopefully, things are better now that it's over. Soul Shinery. But also, hello. I want to say the longest day in my life was in 2015. I worked all night, then I went home and went to an event for vast majority of the day, and I did get a nap at some point during the day. Then I went back to work and I worked all night. And then while I was at work, got assaulted by a coworker, pushed down a flight of stairs, told my manager I was leaving, went home, got a call from my boss at like 6 o'clock in the morning, who wanted to talk to me in person. So I did the 2-hour commute back to work without sleeping. Talked to her about transfer options. Got a location transfer or found a location that would be possible for me to transfer to. Took a 4-hour bus ride to the other location. Went to that location. Basically applied for the job. Got the job. Then went back to my original work location. So I've done like 9 hours or like 12 hours of busing now. Filed all the paperwork to like be done at that location by the end of the day. Worked one more night shift. I think I napped on the bus at some point at that original location without the coworker that pushed me down the stairs because he got suspended for 12 fucking hours. And then went to bed. So I was awake for like 4 days. Ineth, the administrator, has created Log and Monothoth, a marble coffer, a marble chest, and offers it to the ancient beard. Well, we will put it in the tavern. Why, thank you very much. Just let me place it first. And where'd you put it? It's worth 51,600. It's called point auras. This is a marble coffer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabochons and encircled with bands of tapered baguette-cut onyx opals and brass. This object is adorned with hanging rings of beak dog leather and menaces with spikes of onyx opal and brass and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Crest Yells, the adamantine warhammer in Batanmus coal. On the item is an image of a cage in almond wood. I mean, I have a lot of gray hair and a lot of health problems, but, you know. 12-hour suspension for assaulting a coworker should be out of term. Yeah, it should be, yeah. That's why I left that location. But the guy that assaulted me was, I'd worked for the company for 26 years, and there was 2 people that knew how to do his job. Him and me. So, yeah, they valued that position, more than whether or not you assault somebody that you work with. Which is also how I got away with smoking a lot of weed after I transferred at work. Because I transferred to the new location, and the location that I transferred to closed at night. So instead of, like, having to just work the full, like, 9-hour or 8-hour, it was an 8.5-hour shift, with other people while being open in a 24-hour location. Got to move to a location that closed from 11 o'clock at night and opened at 5 o'clock in the morning. So 6 hours of that I was by myself. So, no, I couldn't have pressed charges because there was no cameras on that area of the store. So it was his word versus my word. And very few people liked me. So no, I couldn't have pressed charges. Would have had to take it to court, and fuck that shit. Literally the only reason I got the transfer and didn't get fired was because the store manager liked me and believed me. Smoking the devil's lettuce like a sinner? Oh, damn right. What was I looking at? Right. Ghostly Hunter has been let loose in the fortress, so I gotta place all these memorials that I super duper forgot to place earlier. Oh, that was a long time ago. To my knowledge, he still works there. Whatever it is. One marijuana will kill. Fortunately, I've never married Wana, so we're good. You can keep that up. The ghosts will form a citizen's watch. They will also terrify any dwarfs that see them. So I'm just gonna say, even though that one ghost reported its own murder, for every ghost that reports their own murder, you have like 5 ghosts that actually just like go and kill somebody, or terrify people, or hunt people, or like steal items, or throw tables. I once saw a ghost pick up a table and throw it across a tavern, and it slit another dwarf's guts open, and it ran around with his entrails dangling for a while until he died. So, and I don't think you can. I wonder if you can interrogate ghosts. I don't know how they would like drag them to the interrogation room. It's less of a flip table and more of like a frisbee, but. A forbidden frisbee golf? I mean, I don't know if it's forbidden frisbee golf. Speaking of random forbidden things, when I go hiking, so actually specifically, when I go hiking in the snow, right? Cliffs are optional, right? You can like walk around them, that's fine. But you know, if you're feeling brave, and as long as there's a lot of fresh snow, just like pull off your snowshoes, sit on your ass and slide down the mountain, right? There's 2 kinds of slides, though, and 2 kinds of cliffs. There's cliffs that are fun to slide down, and then there's forbidden cliffs, the ones that end in actual cliffs. And last year when we were hiking at one point, there was like this massive sign, and it's just like, do not travel beyond this point. Whatever, like fear of avalanche. Do not, like, you might die if you go this way kind of sign. And I looked at that. I was like, that's the forbidden slide sign. So whenever people are just like, oh, that's the forbidden frisbee, I was like, ah, yes, well, you have a forbidden frisbee. I have a forbidden slide. that's the slide that you don't come back from. And the most confused sheriff trying to dispense justice on a... Yeah, that too. So another thing that I had a ghost do once, this was ages ago. This was like Halloween Fort I did a couple years ago. I had a ghost spawn. Oh, so I had a dwarf die off map. I had a dwarf die during a siege. But the ghost showed up. Like, so I sent the raid off to go try and pillage something. And a bunch of my dwarves died while trying to pillage, which, you know, happens. And it's very sad. Ezem has died. Or Ezem has been put to rest. And so they all went off and they went to go do the siege of the enemy fort. And then when they came back, it was like the normal squad, like 5 of them came back. And then four of them didn't because they died. And then one of them came back as a ghost, still carrying all of its gear. And it literally like operated like a normal dwarf for a bit. It went into its bedroom. It went into my tavern. It went to train with the military. Like, it still showed up in the military. Like, this was definitely a fucking bug. It showed up in the citizens screen, and I had this ghost. And then I sent it off to do another siege, and it killed shit and came back again with loot. And then eventually it just kind of like wandered off and disappeared, and then showed up as haunting. So it said, this dwarf has risen from the dead. So eventually, like, I guess it figured out that it was dead and became an undead ghost and showed up in the others screen, and then we memorialized it. But it was like, for a bit there, I had a ghost as part of one of my forts. It's like he was just lagging really, really badly and didn't realize it. Even in death, he still served. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. That was one of the cooler dwarves I've had, or one of the cooler instances of a ghost I've had, I guess. But usually, I find that ghosts are just kind of a problem more than anything. Ghosts generally just kind of startle and scare inhabitants and cause them to go nuts and crazy, and makes you less likely to get migrants, stuff like that. Like, there's there's overwhelming reasons to not allow many ghosts in your fort. Overwhelming reasons. Starting to think maybe I shouldn't, like, be redoing all of these floors. It is taking a while. But, you know, like, we've done half of it, so. We have, in fact, done half of it. You know, so I've been in this industry for a while, right? I've been streaming for almost 10 years. I've been following the games industry for quite some time. And I think Dwarf Fortress and, like, this release cycle is the first game that I've ever seen where every single time I look at the subreddit or the publisher's Twitter or anything, there's a lot of people saying, future, very dedicated Dwarf Fortress player here. Someone who hasn't played the game before. Has kind of no idea what they're getting into, really. That ready to play this game for the rest of their life. And that's, like, a very unique thing for me. Hey, Bellinair, how was Splice? Was it supplicing? Did you, like, shoot all the things? I don't know. It was great. Glad. That one looks cool. That's one of the ones that they've got in their catalog that I'm looking forward to. Very doomy. Yeah, it looks very doomy, very Proteus-y. Speaking of, Proteus is coming out soon, so I gotta play that. But yeah, I've seen so many comments like that, and this is the first, like, I guess major release where I've ever seen that. Usually it's just like people complaining that it's not out yet, and like Dwarf Fortress gets a bit of that too. But like, Dwarf Fortress is the first game I've ever like covered extensively where half of the comments are just like, I'm going to play this for the rest of my life. And it's like, but what if you don't like it? Like, maybe I'm just being too logical in that sentence, but it's just like, what if you hate it? Because you might. Like, it's not a game for everybody. Like, this game is pretty weird in a lot. Like, it's, to quote Tarn, it's a strange beast in a lot of ways. Like, it's a very good game in some ways. It's a very bad game in others. Like, it's, I don't know. I'm super curious to see what people end up thinking of it once it's done. For those of you who don't know, Bellinair was just streaming on a channel called Hyperstrange TV, which I stream on Mondays. It's a Polish publisher. They publish a lot of like first-person shooters and a roguelike that I'm particularly fond of called Jupiter Hell. So I hired myself and Bellinair to stream on their channel from time to time, which is my favorite kind of paid ad because it's just like, hey, go stream on this other channel. Sure. Yeah, that's great. You were wondering, you were watching a new player for Dwarf Fortress this morning, and you and some other folks were helping it get started on how to play. It's trying to be a yeah. No, I mean, I've actually told people like that, like quite a bit in this chat. Is just like, hey, if you want to get into Dwarf Fortress right now, a really good way is just go stream it, and then post on the subreddit and say that you're new. Like, that's actually a really good way to learn Dwarf Fortress right now because you'll just get like a half dozen people who've got like 1,000 hours in this game being like, oh yeah, press this key combination, press this key combination, press this key combination. It took you 30 minutes to learn how to do stairs. Dwarf Fortress, largely for me, because I played it on and off for probably about 10 years. From about 2009, oh, actually about 8. From about 2009 onwards, I never really learned the game. About 2017, I decided I was going to learn the game. And then in about 2018, I started streaming it. It was like late 2018, early 2019, I started streaming it. And it took about 4 hours for me to really like kind of have the basics. I don't know, for me, it wasn't that bad at all. But I guess been fiddling with it on and off for years, so I guess I'd already figured out how to do stairs and stuff like that by the time I, sat down and was like, fuck it, I'm gonna learn this. Honestly, I think that those guides, and like, Tekid does great work. I'm assuming that's who you're talking about, Farhana. But like, Sal, Tekid, those tutorials, great tutorials. But it doesn't matter. You do not need to know how to do any of that shit. And I honestly think that like, a lot of people overcomplicate Dwarf Fortress for themselves to a point where people have a hard day learning how to play. You jumped on a stream one day and told them how to record macros? Oh, really? Like, you had no idea that you could record macros? I know how to do them, I just never do them. So it's like hotkeys. I know how to do them, but I never do them. With Dwarf Fortress, you end up watching 35-minute videos. Your 2-minute videos are so great. Mine? Thank you. I'm gonna, like, do a whole series of those once Premium's out. I might even do them in shorts. Like, for a lot of basic shit in Dwarf Fortress, it's like, yeah, click this, you do this, done, done, done. Like, I don't know. I need to figure out how I'm going to format tutorials for Premium, but it's probably going to be exactly the same as, like, my 1-minute videos. Because, like, or my 1 to 3-minute videos or whatever. Because it's just, like, fucking 45 minutes of DOS Tactic talking very slowly and like a science teacher is fantastic if you want to take a nap, but not very good if you want to learn things really quickly. So, I'm very much in the, like, get her done. Let's go. In and out. Kapunk. He's making 52 by 2 bedrooms. I love DOS Tactic. I think, like, his tutorials have taught hundreds of people how to play Dwarf Fortress. Tens of thousands of people how to play Dwarf Fortress. But I do think that he could be a bit more focused. just a little bit more on topic. But, like, I don't know. His videos are like a weird ASMR. but the game's saving, so we wait. Seasonal savings. It's great. Also, hi, Darren. Hope you're well. Hope your day's been good. But yeah, at some point, Bella, I need to see if Hyperstrange will let me do some extra streams on like maybe a Friday or a Saturday or something, or a Sunday even of something else. Because I want to place a place that looks fun. I also really want to play that dungeon crawler that they have. Skullstone, I think. You have job designations on macro? Really? Yeah, see, I don't do that shit. Like, I just want to stream Skullstone. Like, I want to stream that on this channel. Because I'm down for, like, a new dungeon crawler. In the DF macros or outside macros? Hazazah doesn't run any external plugins except like a macro, key macro software. We're just running macros. This is only going to take me like another 2 hours of construction. Haas has played the only game you can play and he beat you? Dwarf Fortress is the only game you can play? What? That doesn't make any sense. Speaking of only game that you can play, chat, how do you feel about Spider Heck? Because I think this might... I've been told by a lot of people that this might be the new Duck game. I played a little bit of this at PAX and it was really fun. It's also free for the next 3 days. Anybody want to try playing Spider Heck tomorrow? I know, right? Name alone is in fact a sell. It's pretty good. Speaking of Spider Heck, a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. A second one for today. Well. Time to pause construction, give the dwarves a break. Pull that lever. Is that open and that's open? Yep. That's shut. Perfect. And all of the dwarves run back inside. Let's see how big this is. Neon spiders with lightsabers, yes. Kind of hoping this goblin siege will be bigger, because the last few have been tiny. We got more goblins, yes. More turkeys. I think this is gonna be another small one. Chasing one of my dwarves or something. Well, there's a human void hunter over there, apparently. What a tiny ass siege. It's truly a tiny siege. Maybe you're depleting their military population? I absolutely am. Which is why the first siege was like 650 goblins. And it's been slowly downhill since. I mean, all spiders are kind of cute. Although there's a wolf spider that's been hanging out in the stairwell right next to me. It's about this big. I hope it stays in the stairwell. It's very good in the stairwell. I don't need that thing in my house. The reason I don't need that thing in my house is because I don't actually have like a glass or a cup or a container big enough to trap it so I could transport it outside. I had a smaller one in my apartment relatively recently, which I did get outside, but not that big. Oh, wait, never mind. My planter's over. Okay, yeah, I don't even know where they're going. They're like not pathing where I need them to path. You big dummies. Fortunately, they're all just goblins, so. Wait. Do they need help? Yeah, I don't know. So they certainly lost their directions, Goblin. They're certainly taking the long route. Maybe they're finally, like, pathing over now. They're certainly wandering around in different squads. Every time Gobbo is die, I cry. Then I remember I get more loot, and so it's fine. You know, honestly, I kind of feel that way. There's such creative, interesting, fun little personalities in Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of a shame when any of them die. Where the fuck are they going? I'm starting to think that like there's like a way into my fortress that I'm not aware of. Fuck. Lads, the door's to the right. I mean, they're certainly taking a route. I don't know if it's necessarily scenic. It's just a giant scorched field that we burned with lava. What the one you're trying to learn presently is how to effectively learn how to use liquid pumps and how to set them up. Liquid pumps are super easy once you understand their construction logic. Their construction logic's a little odd, though. I mean, this fortress, we're using lava pumps. This. All the way down. They're powered by windmills. Which are quite effective, frankly. Where the hell are they going? Yes, there's a wall there, goblins. This one's like, guys, I found the door. No shit. Hammer Goblin? More like Hammered Goblin. This one's very excited about the fact that they found the front door. Running ahead of everybody else. It's dashing off into the sunset. Good luck there, little lad. Going around that corner, coming around this corner. This is the weirdest siege we've had in this fort. Or one of the weirdest sieges. It's like 2 goblins. Oh yeah, no, that's common. The problem with this fort is the faction is dead. So my actual like new dwarves is minimal. And our population is depleting. And we've also fought with hell already, so there's a lot of like permanently injured dwarves, and it's just kind of par for the course at this point. I've also got some dwarves from other fortresses, like Stone, as an example. That dwarf came from a previous fort and is missing an arm, so they flash all the time, but they're fine. And I just want to go out and meet them. Oh, what the fuck they're doing. They're using human strats where they just like march around your map for a bit and then leave. Again, I'm kind of tempted to just send the military out because we could just steamroll them. It's just largely a waste of time right now, unfortunately. Then instead of red light, you have green light? Gotcha. Diamond. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I think they might also just be getting distracted by wild animals. You got a raise from Hyperstrange? Trying to think who else you'd get a raise from. Hell yeah. I hope that you're on par with me. Yeah, were you good there? Do I not have like a... Do we have a chief medical dwarf? What the hell's Hops up to? But... brave in the face of looming danger. Perfect. What you? Fingers cut. Nervous wreck. Can't handle stress. So it ends up twice the amount per week? Hell yeah. Considering, like, the amount that they pay me basically allows me to have leeway. Where if I don't hit my, the minimum that I need from Twitch every month, then that, like, covers that. So it gives me a little bit more experimenting window, which is what I want. But, yeah, that sounds great. Like, that amount, like, if I got double what I do right now, it would end up almost covering my rent. So, yeah, that's pretty good. Hell yeah. Oh, I know what they're doing. They're chasing the mountain gnomes. That makes a lot of sense. They're fucking killing gnomes, you slaughtering, murdering monsters. Look at these goblins. They're beating up the little G's. Green G's are attacking and killing the gray G's. Bunch of assholes. That's why they're pathing wherever the hell. Going after my gnome boys. It's like an extermination. Look at them. They're just fucking killing them. These poor little goddamn mountain gnomes. It's full rent plus electricity, which means that just Twitch is profit then. So now we just need all Hyperstrange games to sell really well so that me and Bellinair have job security. I was joking about this with Epion a little bit ago, back when Postal came out. He's like, I want Postal to, because like he was in voice chat with me, and this is recorded and on my YouTube channel for what it's worth. And he was just like in voice chat with me, and he's just like, you know, I really want Postal Brain Damage to sell really well so that they will like keep advertising Jupiter Hell. And I'm just like, I mean, I want it to sell well because it's job security for me. Which is fantastic. Well, that's great. Glad to hear. Got... Okay, I was going to say they're starting to walk in the general direction of my fort, but also not really. You just hope it keeps going? Yeah, same. Like, I hope it's... This is pretty inside baseball discussion, but I hope that they're able to grow that channel. You know? I mean, it seems to be doing things, and, like, they're definitely using the footage for stuff. Like, if you go look at the Incision Steam page, I think they've still got Jared's streaming on there. So, like, they're using the footage for other things, too. So it's not like it's just, like, one and done stream and that's the only thing that they can use it for. It's like it gives them a lot of footage that they can then use for other things and, you know, restream in places, which, you know, it's more than just us streaming on that Twitch channel. Also, investments are open, chat, if you want to invest your tickets. Man, I've lost them below 20,000. Sucks. That's a small investment for you, 90. Did you, did you miss like 3 zeros? Okay, now I think they're actually finally... Yeah, I'm convinced that, like, they were just trying to murder all the gnomes. That was actually what... Yeah, they're still doing it. Assholes. I think I'll just kill them and then we'll just use the, lava to clean up the bodies. That or I won't even do that. Because now they're walking this direction for some reason. Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna send the military out. You won 4 times in a row, so you're not feeling it? Gotcha. I mean, it's a really good idea. I mean, the one thing that I was pushing them to do that they haven't listened to me yet is I think that they should make into a multi-stream channel. They should restream it to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. They should restream it in like 8 different other places. Because like it was me suggesting that they shouldn't sign the affiliate contract so that they could like retain the ability to multi-stream. So that they also don't get ads. But, you know. Maybe you and me need to, like, combo push for that. Because I think that that would be a really good use of their time. For a channel like that. Alright, let's, pull this lever and just send the military out. So we're sending out our best squad, and we're just going to send them out by themselves. Was the convo we had the other day? I'm talking about a publisher account that me and Bellinair are paid to stream on. Is what I'm talking about. So there is a publisher called Hyperstrange that myself and Bellinair in chat, I guess are contractors for. We take our streaming gear and we stream on their channel. So that's kind of a different situation than a single person starting up a Twitch channel. But yes, similar subject. Not the exact same convo, though. Okay, so now that we've got these dwarves outside, we can send them to go station down where these goblins are. We start firing out arrows. Dwarves charge in and steamroll them into the ground. No injuries. Good, good, good. Second question is, where's the next nearest goblin? Send them up here. But like they can do things like pay for advertising space and whatnot, which could grow like a TikTok pretty quickly, as an example. It's an expense that might be too big for small publishers, but any bigger one should definitely do it. And it's for a marketing expense. It's pretty small. Yeah, no, totally. Wait, what? Oh, apparently some goblins have made it in. Well, that's awkward.
Serves me right for not paying 100% attention. Okay, we can actually, no, let's just slam this gate. Solve that issue. They're fighting with this other goblin squad over here on the side, cutting through them. This is what they get for killing the gnomes. Those boys are my friends. What are they doing up there? It's strange to me. I think I'm just gonna dump lava. Just seal in the few that are in there. All right, let's jump to tell them to go kill these guys. So I think they're all just leaving the map now. You're sad that you didn't invest bigger, but you're happy you didn't lose. I mean, isn't that like the case for any gambling addict? 4 months? Yeah, time flies, doesn't it?
Wow, 4 months.
Time really flies. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for our 4th month. Welcome back, Duke. We're just cleaning up some goblins from the edges of my fort. Let's pull that lever again. You took a month off and work flew by, really? I mean, time is subjective. Okay, so they killed the last of the bads, and then we can pull this lever. Oh shit. Let's make them active again for a sec, so that they can kill the things without dying. Is anybody pulling that lever? Right, no, it's literally just been pulled. Duh. Bring the dwarves back inside. We'll pull the back drain. Just start getting rid of that little bits of lava that were in there. Not the cleanest fight, but meh. Is what it is. Let's unforbid all of the construction that we've got. Whoever gave time a life supply of Red Bull should really give them a firm talk. Yeah, I mean it's not good for it's not good for time's health. You know, I think we all care quite a bit about time. You're playing some Spider Hack. It's neat. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what I thought when I played it at PAX. How old is this fortress? 20, 25 years. We've dug too deep. We've got access to hell, and we are prepping to fight it. But it's going pretty good. Today's kind of been a wild day in a lot of ways. But we're looking to probably finish this fortress today, if I had to guess. I was trying to finish it last week, but unfortunately didn't end up with what we actually needed. So we're working on it. Is there actually a way to make hell safe? Yes and no. Short answer is yes, long answer is no. They will... There's not an infinite number of demons, but there's a large number of them, and they will just kind of keep spawning. So eventually, they will slow down once you deplete all of the, like, evil in that particular zone that you're in. Why are you chained up? What did you do? I don't even know what you did. You also have no sentence pending? What? Oh, 69 days? Oh, production order, okay. We've got a mandate. 3 earrings! Chat, you guys need to remind me to check mandates. Because I keep fucking up down here. Also, these are all dead demons, by the way. Let's follow the dwarves constructing buildings. But yes, the short answer is absolutely you can make null safe. You're not really interested in mandates? Well, fortunately, neither am I. However, mandates, not man-dates, I need you guys to remind me. Fortunately, I'm not looking for people who are interested in them. I'm just looking for people to be like a reminder bubble to be like, hey, check if the queen's about to put somebody in prison for 150 days again, okay? Because I keep getting too distracted by these bloody goblins. If you're lucky with webbed traps. I mean, it's the exact same for any trap avoid creatures. Demons, forgotten beasts, gremlins. You know, any trap avoid creature, if you knock it into the trap, or if the trap is webbed, you can trap them. Yeah, yes, gremlin from air. Always elect Gremlin Mayor. The worst thing he could possibly do is pull all of the levers. And you know what? It's a hell of a lot better than most politicians. Push all the buttons and pull all the levers. Diary blocks. Unless it's a creature that uses webs. Yes. Well, then you can do it with dust. So if you drop a heavy object and dust clouds go up, like you can use dust to trap your own dwarves in... You can use dust to catch your own dwarves in your own cage traps. So dust is also an option. So basically, if you drop an object, like collapse something, cause a cave-in, and like the easy way is like usually with like pillars and then like floor tiles. They collapse, they get knocked backwards, they fall onto the trap, then they can fall into the trap. So that's a fun feature that I'm a fan of. You ever figured out an effective way to make web cages? I've never gone out of my way to because I find that stuff to be cheesy and kind of silly. But an easy way to go about making web cages would just be to have a giant cave spider and like make it spray over top of where a bunch of cages are. Also, I'm extremely flattered. Somebody posted my short on Reddit. It's cool. Seems cool. Happy about that. Normally, I have to post my own stuff on Reddit, so it's neat when other people do. All right. Then after we're done, like, retiling this entire hallway, because, you know, of course I want the demons to be impressed by my handiwork. Once we're done retiling all of this, we're then going to fill her up with drawbridges. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to just try and trap... Chat, should we try and trap the demons or should we try and kill them? Now take it down for copyright? What? They didn't, like, copy-paste it. They didn't download it and upload it to Reddit. They just, like, linked to my Reddit thread. Kill them and make stuff out of them? Well, the way I was going to kill them would literally just be, like, driving them into the ground with drawbridges. So if we want to, like, kill them and make stuff out of them, I'd have to actually fight with them. Which, I don't know. That's all I have to say is, I don't know. Give the clowns heck. Spider heck, got it. The thing is, like, there's some of the, like, obviously we can't see them right now, but there are some demons down there that are just like, oh, they're spiders. I mean, we've already butchered a bunch of them. We butchered a bunch of them already. But yeah, there's spiders that are made of fire. Fire spiders. So those are kind of terrifying. You're back. You got stabbed in the neck a few times. Good, good, good. I mean, I get stabbed in the gut like 4 or 5 times a day, so I'm sure you'll be fine. To which thing that's been said in the last few minutes? The stabbing in the neck, stabbing in the stomach, or the butchering of clowns, or the spider clowns made of fire? There's like 5 different things you could be referring to. A lot of things have been said in the last few minutes. Oh, the spiders, they're not on fire. They are made of fire. Have you ever seen this scene in a movie? It's a little indie film. It's called The Lord of the Rings. Why didn't that... Tell us that should work. The hell? Hold up. Let me fix that. Wow, it should work. You're literally in the list. The fuck? Hold on, let me try deleting and re-adding you. I'm like annoyed as heck with this bot right now. It's like not... It like added an update recently which broke a lot of stuff. Anyway, you've been re-added. Try it now. Anyway, it's this little indie film called The Lord of the Rings. Part 1.
Cheese for everyone!
Called Cheese for Everyone. Lord of the Rings Part 1. The Fellowship of the Ring, I think it's called. Anyways, little indie film. There's this big monster around halfway through it that throws the wizard man down the big hole. But anyway, it's made of fire. It's like that. Are you sure it's called the Balrog? I thought it was called like the Rog Ball or something. I think you got it backwards. Anyway, Grawl is a man made of fire, or a critter with horns that's humanoid with wings made of fire. Do you think you know that film? Yeah, like I say, it's a very little known indie film. You just pictured a spider on fire for eternity screaming, "I'm on fire! He's on fire!" It's true. But yeah, there are spiders made of fire. I'm real worried that they have webs. But some kind of... no, Gandalf the Green is the prequel film. And he grows weed. It's Balrog. I know it's Balrog. I've been bullshitting for the last 5 minutes. Play along, Bastet. Sheesh. This is also why I say that, like, it's impossible to be, like, play Dwarf Fortress without some sort of spoilers, because everybody has heard the term dig deeply and greedily, which is literally, like, how you find hell and how you get the spoilers in Dwarf Fortress. It's like, just role play Lord of the Rings, and you will find Balrogs. It's actually made of shadow or mud. Details. I mean, I had a humanoid composed of flame once. It died when it burned a
tree down. And then a log from the tree that I chopped down next to it that was sitting on top of the tree fell on its head. And it, like, literally fell to pieces. And 95% of what I say is a joke or sarcastic unless I'm telling somebody to go to bed, in which case I mean it. That's it. Or somebody's just, like, saying something nonsensically stupid about politics and I feel the need to disagree with them loudly. Then I'm generally not joking. Or when people ask when Dwarf Fortress is coming out. I don't know, and I'm also not joking. So, you know, all those are all instances where I'm not joking. The rest is probably sarcasm. You had a humanoid composed of steam. When the dwarves would hack at its limbs, it would burst into steam instead of flying off. I had a blob composed of flame once that is actually still alive, and it lives in Long Death. It lives in one of the cavern layers of Long Death. It hasn't left this one spot in a very... Uh-oh, shit. It hasn't left a particular spot in a very long time. Oh, that's fine. We killed it. It hasn't left the spot that it's been sitting in for a very, very, very long time. But it literally... Why is stone getting chained? What am I doing? Did I get something else? What did I do? What did stone do? The hell? Anyway. Whenever it walks through water, the water just entirely evaporates. It's quite dramatic, actually. It walks through, like, a lake in the underground caverns, and it just goes into steam, and it just turns into dry stone around it. So, like, it'll be sitting there in, like, the middle of a lake, and there will be, like, this dry section around it that's constantly evaporating like a circle. Watching it walk around in the cavern layers through the water was always the most fascinating thing. Currently on your duty of saving, you got your ass demon on the surface who wants to integrate into... You've got an ass demon on the... Hold on. You've got an ass demon on the surface that wants to integrate into society, while a male and female skunk brute demon who's on obsidian towers are fairly close to each other. What? It's a donkey demon, actually. Ass demon, no worries. It's just a real ass. No, it's definitely a donkey. But, you know, it's if you want to, like, misimagine and imagine it being a flying butt, then you know what? More power to you. Frankly, I'm not here to poop on your parade. That demon might be, though. Look through Legends, and surprisingly, it's been pretty chill going to competitions. You know, one of my favorite things about demons in Dwarf Fortress is endgame for most demons, post, like after they've been, you know, enslaving several societies and, like, raping and pillaging entire cities for decades, they tend to just kind of retire at a point where they just start going to towns and, like, competing. Like, I was reading Legends at one point, it was 6 months ago or something, and I found, like, a series of demons that, in my opinion, are literally just like Dragon Ball. Not Dragon Ball Z, but, like, the original Dragon Ball, where it's literally just a tournament. Like, that's all that the original Dragon Ball is. It's just, like, tournament. That's all it is. It's just, like, a tournament anime. But, like, with all these weird fighters from around the world, and then eventually aliens and fucking demons and other shit. But, like, it's... it's just like, except in Dwarf Fortress, it's like, oh, you know, it's like the dwarves, the elves, the humans, and like a couple goblins all get together and they have a tournament. And it's like a wrestling tournament. And then next year, a bunch of demons show up. And then you follow the demons and you realize, oh, the demons are literally just going from like city to city to city to city to city and winning all of these wrestling tournaments, which is like, I spoke with Zach and Tarn about this at PAX, where I was just like, one of the things that I've always wanted is I've wanted like festivals, because like they've talked about implementing like actual festivals into Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, like, you know, the wrestling competitions, the crossbow throwing competitions, the spear throwing competitions, the dwarven baby throwing competitions, the sprint races. I want to see those implemented into Fortress mode, because I just want to see like fucking like butterfly demon number 35 show up and just win the foot sprint, and then all the dwarves get mad. Like, I want to see that. I want to see that happen. I want to see like a neutral demon show up for some wrestling competition. I was making that bit up, but like the crossbow throwing competition was real. I have seen that. I've also seen a bone throwing competition. I saw a tooth throwing competition once. That was in a goblin pit, though. Sure you were. I mean, wouldn't you want to see a baby? Okay, if you were suddenly told, we're going to have a stuff throwing competition in our fort, and it's the moms are going to throw their babies. You see, it's great up until you realize that they're actually starving their babies so that their body weight gets lower, so that they're lighter, so that they go further. That's when it really gets fucked up. You know, it's, the actual like reality behind baby throwing competitions is a dark tales indeed. Caber tossing? Caber tossing. What's a caber? An internal marketplace would be cool, like an actual spot where dwarves could acquire items. The thing is, like, you don't really want dwarves acquiring items, because dwarves acquiring items means them bringing back the economy, which means we can no longer have our anarcho-communist dwarves. And, you know, Dwarf Fortress had an economy at one point. And the beauty of the economy in Dwarf Fortress is it simulated capitalism a bit too well. But now we have unions, so obviously we can never truly go back to fully capitalist dwarves. That's actually something that I'm very, like, curious about Odd Realm, is because Odd Realm has, like, a currency that has to be stored in chests in a bank vault, and dudes will show up and try and steal your currency, which is kind of neat. The way they make up their houses is cool. Yeah, but you also need to remember that Songs of Six is cheating in a lot of ways, right? Like, Songs of Six doesn't simulate as much stuff as Dwarf Fortress does. Hey, Flux. Special tapered pole is basically a tree. They're 20 foot long and weigh 100 plus pounds. Sounds heavy. Sage is fighting with... Where the fuck did all these magma crabs come from? Seems like the Sage is punching the magma crab in the head pretty efficiently, though. Ah, perfect. Sage punches the magma crab in the body with her right hand and the injured part collapses. Good on you. Considering that's basically like punching a granite boulder, that's surprised his wrist didn't break. I guess I'm gonna Google a caber now. What's a caber? Oh, wow, you're not wrong. It's literally just like a fucking log. You know, when I saw the first picture of, like, of a dude with just like a tree, I immediately was like, this seems like a Scottish thing. And now I see a dude in a kilt. So, is this a Scottish thing? Do you have premium world gen speed? Oh yeah, no, I'm so excited for world gen to not be super piss ass slow. Well, I found butts. It's a good thing I didn't scroll down too far on Google. So I just seeing like this person like throwing this thing while also in midair with kilt flying up. Yep. Okay. It's a good thing I didn't scroll down in Google. Super Scottish, it's basically competitive tree flipping. Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like a really good way to like accidentally knock all of your teeth out. Also a pretty Scottish thing. They're artificial? Well, in Dwarf Fortress, we need to flip actual trees. You know, I've been thinking about like trying to make a fortress like based on... admittedly, I recently just watched Krug Smash's fortress where he made a casino. I kind of want to do something like that, but like I want to try and make like Olympics games. You know what I mean? And build the fortress and then bring adventurer parties in to run through like the different trials. You know, where like I'll just spend like, I don't know, a week, like a couple of days building a fortress and then just make adventurer parties from around the world and travel to this fortress, park them all there, and then put them in squads together and run them through. I think that could be fun. Imagine the Cabertoss only to watch elves have a heart attack. In before the elves show up and they grow logs specifically to be thrown better. Because the elves can ask trees to be like, hey, grow in this fashion. So they could grow the perfect tree out of the perfect material to probably be better than dwarves at it, I would expect. I mean, seeing if dwarves are better than elves at doing something involving trees, I think the elves might just demolish you there. You have a good night, Diamond. Thanks for hanging out, as per usual. Elves, Jesus. You know, that's the right attitude. This is why when you're the dwarf, bet your fancy mug on the elves because they'll win the log throw. So when you're betting, make sure you bet in the right direction. And good night, Duke, as well. I'm doing my best over here. Doing my best.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we win the blin?
So Rhinestone, are you also sitting back and slowly witnessing the slow decline of Nvidia and their extremely expensive graphics cards? So this is going to be an expensive artifact. It's being made out of marble, raw adamantine, electrum, moss opals, almond wood logs, taper cut onyx opals, naked moldog bone, naked moldog leather, and onyx opals. I'm genuinely considering buying two 2080s and just like not buying another graphics card for like 2 decades. Like, I'm genuinely thinking about doing that. At the very least one. I'm probably going to buy a 2080 pretty soon. Maybe like a 3060. Something that's actually like affordable for a normal human being. You can guarantee the wood would be featherwood. Oh, naturally. Yeah, absolutely. You're buying a 3070? Actually, I'm just going to go to Newegg. How much are 3070s right now? Just kind of curious. It's a $200 difference. I could get a 2060 for $300. It's actually like reasonable.
Yeah, I could get a actually $800 for a 3070 with $30 shipping actually isn't that bad. Forgotten Beast though, I gotta deal with that. And my computer could power it. Where the fuck is it? Forgotten Beast Bora Odetoga has come, a great theropod composed of vomit. It has large mandibles in its squirms and fidgets beware its webs. Oh, there it is, okay. Okay, it's on a level that it can't get to us. That's fine. Just don't mind it. It'll do its thing. The thing is, like, the problem with me buying a graphics card is I don't have the cash on hand right now to do it. I always have, like, this really hard time spending money on expensive devices. Like that. So I don't know. I guess the question is, how long do you think that EVGA 3070s will be in stock? I have good credit, and I have the space on my credit card. I just don't want to, I guess. It's spending that amount of money. All right, so we've got ourselves a marble scepter made by Bur Zekiel, who I think is actually one of my military dwarves. Has created Vilgash, a marble scepter, and claims it as a Hamley heirloom. And it's worth 368,400. It's called Cherish Withered, the Lined Bandit, a marble scepter. This is a marble scepter, all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square, brilliant cut moss opals and brilliant cut onyx opals and encircled with bands of electrum and naked moldog bone and naked moldog leather. This object menaces with spikes of almond wood. On the item is an image of Inul Archboot the dwarf and Senre Cactus Yells the rock in marble. Cactus Yells is striking down Archboot. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Archboot by Cactus Yells in Heliotrope Point in 112. On the item is an image of a raw adamantine, of dwarves in raw adamantine. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Threatdweller by the ancient beard of the Plague of Nations in the early spring of 212. So it was formed in 212, and we're in 238 now. It's actually a pretty old fort. I do have to say something though. One of the few things that's actually making me go, fuck, I need an RTX capable graphics card is this. Literally this. So, because like when I played through Portal last on stream, I remember stating pretty loudly, I was like, all I want is like a high res upgrade for Portal. Like I don't want a new Portal. Do not want a new Portal. But I want to be able to play Portal 1 and 2 in modern Portal 1 specifically in modern resolutions with like better textures. And that to me is going, I might see if I can, maybe I might have the money at the start of next month. We'll see. Which is admittedly in like 10 days. So we'll see. See where I'm at on the 1st of October. Combine 1 and 2 into a seamless standalone and then just upgrade everything? I mean, they don't need to do that. They just like those Portal with RTX is fine. Although the only RTX compatible games I actually want to play are I guess Portal with RTX and Quake with RTX. Steam release when? When it's done, of course. Hopefully this year, maybe early next year. Probably this year. I don't actually know. So couldn't tell you. Time is in fact subjective. Rhinestone knows what's up. Give it now. Last I checked, I don't work for Bay 12, so I literally can't, so shouting that here is a waste of your own oxygen. I recommend playing the video game. It's better for everybody's sanity, mine included. Same. I also can't wait. I can't wait for people to stop asking me when it'll be out. Meep indeed, told us. You know what I'm excited about, Ryan? Fucking Proteus is out tomorrow. When the Steam will be... You want to know... Oh, you want to know when it'll be in? I think it's in right now. That's why you can't download it yet. Since the game is saving. Ryan, have you seen Hyperdemon? It's the first ever 360-degree field of view first-person shooter. One thing you love about this game is that everything in this game is not technically inherently evil. Yeah, no, I love, like, throwing, like, people under the bus and calling them out on their racist tendencies when they're just like, those evil elves! It's like, well, they're not evil. You're evil for killing their trees. It's very fun. They all just have, like, different goals and perspectives and reasons and places to be. After you showed him Rip and Tear. Hell yeah. You never said they're evil. You just disagree with every single thing they stand for. And I disagree with almost every single thing that most, like, right-wing leaning people believe. But I'm not going to call them evil, and I'm also not going to, like, say I hate them, and I'm also not going to attack them. Yeah. I disagree with lots of things. Also, I love trees. What the fuck? Trees are great. They power my furnaces when I need them. But you see, Rhinestone can say that they're evil, but I won't. Okay, move on. Since when are you running this chat room, laddie?
This is madness!
Hi, Hobo. Regular today, packing, and then disconnecting PC. Hell yeah. Have a good time packing. Yeet. Also, Hobo, you get to be in a time zone that's closer to mine. Ain't that gonna be fun? No, Hobo's definitely evil, Ryan. I will, like dogpile on that. Well, you know now. Oddly enough, once you have traded with elves a couple of times, you literally get, like, the color of things that are made of wood that they don't want will go purple. So how do you know that you're not supposed to fight with them? Because once you have an experienced trader, it will literally show up purple. You're not, or I think it's red by default, but in my colors it's purple. Anyway, another Vile Force of Darkness has arrived, including a hammer troll. Yeah, for real. So, at the end of the day, all I have to say is, if you fail trading with trolls, it's your fault. Or if you fail trading with elves, it's your fault. In almost every instance. But whatever. I very much like that literally every faction is kind of evil in Dwarf Fortress and nobody's really good. The evilest characters in the world are usually humans. Okay, what do you actually need? Because you've been here for a while. Hold up. Actually, let's just... Infinity. Take off this. Take off this. Take you off this. Give you all the healthcare jobs. Please just go take care of that dwarf. I'm not saying you don't have plausible deniability. What bothers me is when people use elves as an analog for racism in my chat. Or any faction in Dwarf Fortress, for that matter, as an analog for racism in my chat. Fight whoever you want to fight. It doesn't matter who you fight. Enjoy fighting the characters you want to fight and have fun. But just don't go yelling about how you hate people and throwing around slurs and things like knife ears and all that crap. Don't do that shit. Because that's just not classy and fucking rude. That's what I'm talking about. I fucking care if you fight with elves. Go nuts. Have fun. Play the video game. But just remember, humans are the evilest people in Dwarf Fortress, by far. Because they believe that murder's fine if you don't get caught. Every other faction in Dwarf Fortress has, like, some sort of, like, punishment scheme, whereas humans don't. Okay, you go pull that lever. Perfect. This is quite the siege. Not huge, but also not small. Did I time you out before you said that or after you said that, Ryan? That's the real important question. So did humans for a lot of years on Earth. Also, they only eat the dead after fights. It's a religious rite. So are you going to remove their religious freedoms? They eat their own dead and the dead after battles. Like, it's literally like a religious ritual for them. So, I mean, if you want to deprive them of their perfectly legitimate religious like beliefs, then that's your call. But given a reason for humans being fine with murder, every faction has their own goals and needs and possibilities, right? So, dwarves are like, but in general, dwarves want a certain thing. In general, humans want a certain thing. In general, elves want a certain thing. In general, goblins want a certain thing. But there's a spectrum for every single faction. So humans, at their most extreme, believe that murder is totally fine. Granted, for goblins, murder is a recreational activity. So, or rather, for demons, murder is a recreational activity. So it, and like, kobolds want everything that everybody else has, and they do not have any punishment for theft because theft is just what they do, right? Like, that's also like a good example. Or like, and like elves want to see all the great places in the, it's sort of like, actually, here's a good example of it. This dwarf dreams of creating a great work of art. It's very rare to see a dwarf that wants to see the great natural places of the world. But with an elf, it's very common to see an elf that wants to see the great natural places of the world. But it's also quite common for elves to dream of ruling the world or bathing the world in chaos, which are kind of evil tendencies, right? The evil tendencies are very common on goblins. But every now and again, you'll see a goblin that just wants to create a great work of art, right? Individual characters have their own leanings, and that mass leaning for that faction is what that faction ends up doing. Or if they are, if they have a king that has that is hell bent on something very specific, then that is what that faction will like pursue. So it's like if they have a leader that wants to prolong their own life, dreams of seeing the world burned in chaos, and believes war is a useful means to an end, they're gonna just turn around and fucking start invading people. But when that king dies or that queen dies, when the next person takes over, if they believe that peace is preferable to war at all costs, then suddenly wars are going to start stopping and soldiers are going to stop marching. So it depends on who's in charge. But because each species has their biases that lean in certain directions, certain factions end up going in certain ways. So a majority human faction probably is going to have a lot more murder than a majority elf or dwarven faction. I mean, I don't see that particularly often, but like elves can do that, goblins can do that. Like there's all kinds of fun interactions that you see in the overworld. Like Dwarf Fortress is a clockwork machine that you can like watch the little gears turning if you pay attention, right? Which is what makes Dwarf Fortress fun.
And then you get people that love to eat, loved eating too fast and end up being mistaken for the enemy because they're gobbling their food down too quick all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. That happens all the time. Mm-hmm. I'm very annoyed with this. And you want a mace. I never smile. It's one of my secrets. I actually just invert my camera so that you think I'm smiling. They tend to take their sweet time. Also, all the goblins spawning hurts the frame rate a little bit, so part of it. What kind of traps do I have waiting? Well, you see that red spicy water kind of on the ground there? A lot of that. It's gonna start raining. Spicy water, yeah. Mm-hmm. Even worse, those people are sneaky and yeah, they have sneaky feasts. Yes. There's also like someone in my chat a while ago was saying that they believe that everybody in Dwarf Fortress is actually just like a Monty Python-esque, like real world LARPing stage play. Mexican. It's just lava. That's just what I call lava. But I kind of love that headcanon idea of just like, oh, all of the characters in Dwarf Fortress are actually just like a LARPing stage play, and the cops could show up at any time and arrest everybody for public indecency. It's a good headcanon. Yes, I very much agree. It's a good headcanon. We're killing these trolls. They're beautiful turquoise blood. I feel like that's most of them. No, we kind of need that those last few. Come back. We could let the extras live. Yeah, that's fine. More to fight later. Let's get those levers pulled. We're gonna have a few more trolls to kill. Actually, maybe not. I don't have enough of them in there. Hey, you know what? Let's pull this again. Let's keep this open a little bit longer. Keep this open just a little bit longer. Oh my god, are you actually as dumb as I think you are, Goblin? Holy shit, he is. Okay. Got one. Oh, that's too funny. Crunch, yep, squelch. Mm-hmm. Smack. One's dead. Two's dead. Three's dead. Four's dead. Wait, what? Oh, I guess some goblin made it up there. Or something made it up there. I mean, that's a legitimate, like, front gate. That's not even an atom smasher.
Gonna wait for that dude on the side. This troll's gonna walk up here and have a bad time. I don't know what you're trying to say, Soul. Was this a full-on goblin assault? Yes, this is a goblin and slash troll with a few beak dog assault. We are defending the sidelines, but we do have a very exciting trap waiting if you haven't seen it yet. Something spicy water. But this happens twice a year in this fortress. There's 4 different goblin factions that are fighting with us, 3 different necromancer towers that are fighting with us, and we're winning. We've also got a portal to hell in the basement, which I'm working on sieging hell. So we are actually sieging hell right now. Believe it or not, these dwarves have everything entirely under control. We are very well rehearsed. We've done this many times already, and it's just, you know, another day at the office for this army, quite frankly. All right, now we're going to slam this shut. We're also going to slam this topside shut. Oh, man. Well, this goblin should thank us because we just saved his life. This guy right here. Yeah, it's plenty. So now, whenever the dwarves decide to pull the lever, you get to witness the spicy water in its full glory. And let there be fire. Nope. Okay. Let there be fire. Fire. There we go. It's a pretty efficient format of murder, frankly. It's like there's no way out. They're all trapped in there. We do have drainage planned. There was one time I almost accidentally torched my own base with this. But yeah, this is how we kill goblin sieges. We burn them with lava from up here in my walls. And we just dump it all on their heads. They don't live very long once the lava kicks in. It's quite efficient. Big fan of that current system. The walls have to be lava safe? Nope. The drawbridges do. And what's it called? The drawbridges do. The drawbridges and the floodgates do, but the walls don't matter. Although don't make your walls out of wood. But anything else, yeah. As long as it's stone, it's good. Aerolization of Goblin Blood 101. Yeah, pretty much. And you can look over here and you can see the ones that are currently burning, which actually is none right now. Yeah, there's one that's currently burning. The one's flickering. This guy, this pikeman. Bye, Nako. You were filling up a spicy moat the other day and you made a mistake of filling the lava from above. Why is that a mistake? Did it, like, spill over the edge? Like, you overfilled it kind of thing? I have accidentally flooded the magma forges in Long Death a couple of times. And I always feel really dumb whenever I do that. It's like, why is the frame rate getting bad? And then I looked underground and it's like, oh, it's because I accidentally dumped the lava from the forges down here all over the place. That's whoopsies. I do that every so often.
If you haven't filled your whole fort with water and or lava, are you even playing DF? Yeah, if you haven't accidentally instantly flooded your entire fortress with an ocean once in Dwarf Fortress, are you even playing Dwarf Fortress? I love how these other goblins on the outside are just like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Like, they've just, like, accepted that all their friends are dead, and they're just leaving. Hey, Avenue, what's up? You've not flooded your fortress? Well, get to it! You haven't finished the tutorial yet. Actually, I'm of the opinion that once you've figured out how to successfully make soap, you know how to play Dwarf Fortress. Aside from filling ponds with buckets? Come on! Although, actually, I don't know when you started playing, but if you started playing before the update where they made aquifers not be fucked, then the odds that you've accidentally flooded your fortress are significantly higher. Because, like, aquifers used to, like, flood your entire fortress in a matter of minutes and drown every dwarf. Now it's, like, a steady trickle for most of them, and some of them are a little bit kind of annoying, and then occasionally, once in a blue moon, you'll find one that's actually a threat. God, this is so satisfying to watch. You can see all the bodies blowing up, just like I showed in that one YouTube short. Entire worlds, yes, entire maps. Tried to make a convenient well in your tavern, and you turn your head away for a few minutes, and you found your tavern underwater. I did a similar thing. I tried to make a convenient well for my tavern once, and some of you guys will really like this. I tried to make a convenient well for my tavern, and my mayor at the time was an elf, and I looked away and then was doing other things, and then I came back and I was like, where the fuck did my mayor go? And I realized I had a dwarf as mayor. I was like, oh really, did he get unelected? And I was looking around and I didn't find him in my unit screen, and it popped up that he was missing. I was like, what the fuck, where did he go? And so after about a year of in-game time of not finding this mayor, I finally found him. He was at the bottom of the well. Somebody pushed him into the well. Somebody tantrumed and shoved the mayor into the well, which is one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me. So now I never put wells in my tavern, because it's literally just like a way to drown your dwarves when bar fights happen. Yeah, I don't build mist generators the way a lot of people do. I build them in much more risky fashions. I literally just, like, allow a torrent of water to disperse its way through my fort, which is much more dangerous than, like, you know, just the smart way of doing it, which is not doing it that way. It would be a nice way to contaminate to the well. I mean, there's easy way. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't be a good way to contaminate the well, because just having a dead vampire in your well doesn't actually do anything. Having a vampire blood in your well is how you contaminate your well. So in order to contaminate a well, you would need to stab him repeatedly after dropping his body in there, or drop his body in there, keep him alive, and then stab him repeatedly. So you need the blood in there. That's the key ticker there to contaminate a well. You need the blood. Without the blood, you're wasting your time. Yeah. That's where it became publicly available, but the tales of how to do it had been on the wiki for forever. But Honeystoker's a great series. It's a great series. It's also a great example of why running vampire forts suck. Trying to keep vampires from going nuts in your own fortress is a pain in the dick. Like, truly.
Baroness Consort is throwing a tantrum. That sucks. Oh no. You just like beat the crap out of someone. Who'd you beat up? You beat up my manager. What the fuck, man? You gotta go to prison now. Nope, toppled one workshop. How about two? Nope. Please don't topple those fucking levers. Oh, it's a cool as hell fort. No, cutest ghost was found dead. That was one of my founding 7. Now I need a new manager. That's unfortunate. Very sad about that one. I know I'm being kind of quiet about it, but I'm actually quite sad about it. Ineth is your name. Actually, I'm suddenly worried that Ineth is probably in the military. Yes, you are in fact in the military. Well, I've removed you from the military. I really like light aquifer forts are great, and varied aquifer forts are also kind of awesome. Big fan of both of those. All right, well, gotta report that Baroness Consort for murdering my manager. So from what I read, mist generators or waterfalls tend to be great for hospitals? They are, because they clean wounds, yeah. Speaking of okay, I'm actually going to turn on some job cancellations. What is with this dwarf, and why are they still in a hospital bed? What do they actually need? Because, like, this is a fully stocked hospital. It's a shitty hospital, but it's fully stocked. Like, I just don't have powder for casts. Or do you need a table, maybe? Let's just try putting a table there. I thought that they could use, traction benches as tables, but I guess not. I need to make a nicer hospital for this fort. This fort is like starving for a better hospital. I just haven't done it. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, like, aquifers actually are something that I've had to like explain to new players that they aren't like something to be feared anymore. It's like heavy aquifers are something to fear. Light aquifers and varied aquifers, eh. It's like if you're a new player, you don't want anything more than a light aquifer, but like a light aquifer is essentially just free water, which is extremely helpful. So will they do what is even happening? You're setting bones. Okay, so now you're dark. Okay. I mean, he's only been there for like 6 months, so it's about time. I mean, even maps that do have rivers.
There's something nice about being able to get water without having to access the surface at all. It's much safer, especially if there's zombies around. Chucking all these demon bodies. No real reason to keep them. They can't be butchered at this point anyway. And then we can go back to constructions. After we get all this crap hauled. But yeah, no, I would argue that aquifers are just great. And it's... But the jokes about instantly flooding your... But yeah, the memes about... where did you just get a bunch more demon corpses from? What? But yeah, I mess with light aquifers. Mess with light aquifers, but avoid heavy aquifers. Light aquifers are so light you don't even notice them. I have a varied aquifer on this map, and it's not an issue. In fact, actually, I can show you my well. My zero effort well that required no filling was literally just I channeled down into the aquifer in a trench, built flooring over top of it here, and then put a well in the middle of it. And it just infinitely refills. I don't need to refill it. Like, this is why aquifers are very useful. I just have that free infinite well right there that I don't have to think about at all. It's just there and it's done. It refills by itself. It's great. It's perfect. It's wonderful. It's literally everything that I need. It's like free water forever that I don't need to like go elsewhere to go access. I've got too many tabs open. I'll close like 2/3 of them. Save my easily distracted mind a little bit. But whatever. Closing Reddit now. Now we're done closing all other tabs. So now stream focus is back to a degree. We're also getting close-ish to lunchtime, which isn't helping. Generally, when I get a little hungry, it's... I don't know if you guys run into this, but when I get kind of hungry, I always get to a point where suddenly I stop being as focused because I'm just like, food. Lunchtime? Getting there. Another 30 minutes. Currently, it's just body cleanup time. No, this is not a volcano map. This is just a very large map with really weird world gen parameters. So volcanic formations are significantly more common on this map. So there's two or three partial volcanoes underneath the map. So in the cavern layers, there are open lava pits, 3 of them. And then up here on the surface, there is nothing aside from like this lava that I've pumped up from the middle of the map. But there's also like, you know, this fucking cliff right here. I don't generally play volcano maps because I find them a little bit too easy. It's actually kind of a real issue I have with them. This whole world is a hotspot. So the Wi-Fi is great, this is what I'm saying. Oh, hell yeah, indeed. That's the right response. All right, let's fill this in. Fill that in. Fill that in, because that's the mica that we're using. All right, let's get you unsuspended and you unsuspended, and start working on this flooring. No, I've got like 4 of those, and they do look like volcanoes, yeah. Oops, that was a capital F, not a lowercase f. The thing about volcano maps, generate the perfect one. The right biome with right next to neighbors. No, it's funny because I see people say that term all the time. The perfect embark. For me, the perfect embark is a different embark. Not an embark that has every single overpowered event-causing thing on it. Like, I think I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that what the vast majority of the Dwarf Fortress community considers to be a perfect embark, I don't want to use. Like, I don't need an embark that has literally every single interesting formation. Sometimes I only want one interesting formation and focus on that one thing. That's usually the way I want to play, too, is I want to have one thing that I think makes a map interesting, and I just want to focus on that one thing. It's very rare that I want to play Dwarf Fortress in a format where I need every single possible thing on every... I don't need that. That's... In fact, sometimes shitty embarks are how you make neat maps. It's just like everybody's just like, oh, I can't embark unless I have like at least 4 different kinds of metal, a volcano, and like flexstone layer. I'm like, have you ever tried just like embarking somewhere that sucks and making it into somewhere awesome? Because that's also really satisfying. Oh, I see. This dwarf's upset because they were confined. Makes sense. I think we might need to make clothing in a little bit. Let's actually queue up a bunch of clothes. Should have more or less enough stuff for all that. Based on the last time I looked, and I don't think it's changed too much. Here they cometh. But, yeah, I don't know. Exactly. But, like, I very much just, like, I guess come to terms with the fact that I will never agree with the vast majority of the Dwarf Fortress community about what the perfect embark is. Because it's never what... The wider community never wants what I want. It's not even close to the perfect embark. In most cases. Dwarves carrying swords around. These 2 done. Let's make... How'd you get magma in your cavern layers? Luck. this map, or this world is high volcano activity, which gives you a chance to have partially formed volcanoes anywhere, which is in the same with any world. But getting 2 of them was just dumb luck. Like I've done a bunch of forts in this world, and this was the first one that's done that. Every other one's had like 1 or 0, usually 0. Queuing these up because this is going to be the slow going part of the fort. Did I set that one as raising? Can't remember. Sure, but if you always do the same thing, doesn't that just get kind of boring after a bit? It's like, I enjoy doing stuff like that too, but you know what I also enjoy doing is settling in the middle of like a sand desert and trying to get those cool creatures imported via elves. Also fun. You like building above ground cities for some reason? I like building pit forts. I like just digging a big hole and then carving shit into the walls. There's actually like this one scene, I think it's in episode 3 of Star Wars. Terrible movie, but it's when they're, right, the area where like Yoda fights with General Grievous, the guy with the propeller, really wants to do propeller dick, but instead just has 4 lightsabers. But that city that he fights him in, I think it's a Geonosian city. It's just like a big ass hole in the ground with like basically ant hills like all the way around the edges. I fucking love building forts like that, where it's just like a big hole with stuff around the edges with a wall up top. Those are fun. I have that in Long Death. It took me about 80 years for the elves to actually bring me a breeding pair of unicorns. They'd bring one, then they'd bring another, and then they'd bring 2 male unicorns and they'd die of old age before I'd get another one. Or they'd bring 2 female unicorns and they'd die of old age. It took so long. That's not even a good biome, and we have a massive unicorn industry now, which is fantastic. We've had it for so long now. Wonderful. You wish they could be trained into war animals? Go into your raws, change a few settings. Voila. You know, after seeing that giant owl on the PAX stream, I'm really curious about how big giant elephant sprites are going to be. Because, like, the giant owl was, like, bigger than literally anything else. So if the giant owl is like the size of 5 dwarves sprites, how big's a giant elephant gonna be? Like, I really want it to be like 1/3 of the screen. I know how big they are. I know what their centimeters cubed liquid volume is, but like, I can't wait to see how big that sprite is in premium. Like, I can't wait. Like, I really hope it is like half the size of your fort. And it's like, that walks through the door. How? Don't worry about it. Because, like, to anybody who hasn't seen the, like, PAX stream, there's a giant owl that's ginormous compared to everything else on screen. I mean, I've already pastured and, like, raised giant. I mean, even normal elephants require a ridiculously large amount of pasturing. You know, I've never seen a sperm whale in Dwarf Fortress. In fact, I don't actually think I've ever seen a whale. I almost never do like coastal fortresses. And if I do, they're usually more like lake coastals or like super far inland. So I've seen sharks. I've seen giant sharks. I've never seen a whale or a giant whale, respectively. I've seen mermaids, and I've seen giant jellyfish. Giant jellyfish were pretty cool. I've seen, I saw a giant ray, like stingray. But it had a different name. I can't remember the name of it. But I've never seen a whale or a giant whale in Dwarf Fortress. Just like I've never seen cave dragons. That's something that like kind of surprises me sometimes too. It's like I've literally never seen cave dragons in Dwarf Fort. Cave dragons are like stupidly rare. I mean, so are regular dragons. Like, cave dragons are stupidly rare. So are regular dragons. Also, thanks for the coffee, person who bought me a coffee. I only just checked my email, so I only just saw it. You've seen quite a few cave dragons. Weird how stats can mess with your sense of randomness? What do you mean? Like if you see something a whole bunch. Like I had someone in chat who was like, I'm playing Dwarf Fortress for the first time and I just got sieged by a goblin with an army of demons. And I was like, what? And literally like they were up against like demons of the underworld on the surface. And it was their first ever goblin siege. It's like, I've seen some pretty strange things happen. It's like, I will go around saying, it's like, oh yeah, that's exceptionally rare. And then someone will be like, well, I just had 4 of them. It's like, what? Hold on a second. What are you linking here? Please, is this a sci-fi original? It's not a sci-fi original. I'm very disappointed. This movie is real and is out now. It's been out for 2 years, apparently. Huh. It's a student short film. Bizarre. About the Great Emu War. Totally historically accurate. Fun is subjective, but it never stops surprising you. I don't think fun is subjective, but unlike time. Hopefully it mentions drop bears. I mean, yeah, if they don't get attacked by an army of drop bears, then like what even are they doing? No, I haven't. Should I? ZCJ? Not even entirely sure what that is. You know, sometimes I read lines about, like, the Great Emu War in my chat, because this comes up weirdly frequently. Generally because there's emus in one of my other fortresses. But whenever I read about the Great Emu War, I always just feel like I'm losing brain cells for some reason. And I'm not totally sure why. It's like, I feel like I just lost like 10% of my intelligence score. Thanks, Ryan. Because it's extremely silly. I think it's more just the way people talk about it is extremely silly. Gonna have to give these dwarves a break after this. I think what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna go to right here, put a diorite block stockpile. Where's diorite? There it is. Speed this up so that they don't have to go as far. Although, my favorite emu thing, though, is just Emmanuel. That emu that blew up on TikTok for knocking over her owner's camera. That emu's pretty great. I don't know about this supposed emu war, though, and all that crap. I mean, isn't, like, the state of Texas, like, constantly in a war against the wild boar population? Like, I thought that that's just, like, an ongoing thing. Because, like, Australia fought the Great Emu War. America has been fighting a war against wild boars as long as I've existed. I guess War of the Boar doesn't sound as funny as emus, but as somebody who's been pecked in the face by an emu, I can say that they are genuinely terrifying, and you don't want to get pecked by them. Family friend growing up had a couple pet emus, and they did not like that I wore glasses, and would try and take my glasses off when they'd see me. So I wasn't allowed, pretty quickly after we figured out that they were doing that, I wasn't allowed anywhere near them because they would literally, like, go after my glasses. They almost broke one of my older pairs of glasses. Obviously, I was, like, a lot younger, but I had these, like, round, like, Harry Potter kind of looking glasses when I was little. They would bonk me in the side of the head, trying to rip them off. Really? It's literally just the whole Spanish of U.S. So what you're saying is, like, America's actually in a Cold War with wild boars, and the emu war is not even close. I mean, I would say that bantam chickens are the meanest birds I've ever encountered, but, yeah. Like, I got hit in the back of the head by a bantam chicken once. Like, this bantam chicken rooster just, like, took off and just bonk the back of the head. Because apparently I had the balls to walk within, like, 15 meters of their new roosting coop. When you have 3 litters of 15 plus piglets a year, and you can have their own piglets in less than a year old, it's hard to beat that. Yeah, it's like trying to fight against an army of bunny rabbits. It's like, how the fuck do you do that? And this is where, like, Bugs Bunny just sits there and goes, eek. This Bugs already wons. Bastet. Although that being said, I've never had problems with geese. In fact, I posted this on Twitter not too long ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. Where is it even? See? I'm surrounded. Yeah. I was just surrounded by a flock of geese. They're chill, generally. Hmm? Geese are chill and they're lovely. Those things are apex predators? That's all I have to say to that. It just shakes head and grumbles. Yeah, well, RimWorld is definitely an accurate simulation of real life, right? Geese are not chill? Then explain how one of those geese literally stepped over my leg and kept eating bugs out of the grass. They're extremely chill. Yeah, see, we just like is just confirmed with chat. Just chilling with us, just as chill as chilling with geese. Thanks for hanging out, though. Cheers. Today's last day of my stream this week, so I'll be on next week. I'll be on Tuesday. After this, we stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Geese are chill as long as you don't own a dog, or you run at them. Otherwise, they are extremely chill. It's like if you're not like actively trying to chase the geese, they are extremely chill animals. Well, I mean, anybody's pissed off if you go near where they made their nest. If you randomly walked into my apartment, Ryan, and I'd never seen you or met you before and had no idea who you were, I wouldn't be particularly chill. So that's like the equivalent of walking into a bird's nest. Same like wasps. It's like wasps are pretty chill as long as you don't like touch their nest. The next report will be, well, Future of the Fortress thing will be on the 1st of the month, or next Wednesday. So probably the 28th would be the next scheduled news update, I would say. So probably the 28th. The geese on your pond were not chill? What did you do to them? They're like wild animals. You need to give them their space. If they act like they need space, give them space. But I don't know. I will always be perplexed by people who are like, that animal's not chill. It's like, I don't know. They're pretty fucking chill. Yeah, it's just like bears are super chill as long as you don't actively try to follow them or get between them and their kids. Just like humans. And I don't know why. When people are just like, geese are not chill, I'm like, so were you chasing them? Were you trying to kick them? Were you following them? Were you running after them? Were you letting your dog chase them? Rattlesnakes are... I've been told that rattlesnakes are super chill as long as you give them like a 5-meter like distance. My favorite thing about rattlesnakes was don't kill the ones that rattle. Because if you kill the rattlesnakes that rattle, then they... that rattle, then eventually the only rattlesnakes left will be ones that have, like, defects where their rattlers don't work. Pigeons are pretty chill, yeah. But I've had some people shout in my chat that pigeons are assholes and super mean and, like, attack people. And it's like, what? But no, geese are about the same as pigeons here. They're just like really large pigeons. Which scares the crap out of me with we don't get rattlesnakes here. A little further north and a little bit east we do. Because there's some desert areas just on the other side of the Rockies where we definitely get some pretty sketchy snakes. Here it's just garter snakes that are tiny and adorable. See, I like, here's the thing about this discussion. You're not going to change my mind, CCJ. I'm convinced that the entirety of the planet is nuts when it comes to geese. I've seen geese down in the States, down in Seattle. I've seen geese in California. I've seen geese up here in Canada, and I've never had a problem with a goose. Never been attacked by a goose, never had a goose go after me, never had a goose yell at me. And I'm convinced that the internet has, like, propagated hatred against geese. Do I have any pets? I used to have cats, and I've owned dogs in the past. I used to own a lizard. I had a snake for a bit. I had a chameleon. I briefly had a bearded dragon, which I took care of for an extended period of time while a family friend couldn't take care of it. I babysit my parents' dog and cat pretty frequently. Why? But anyway, I'm genuinely convinced that this is just like a myth propagated by the internet. That or people are just assholes to animals, which I think is actually more likely. Like, I'm like, that is what I'm gonna, like, because the vast majority of seagulls are super chill, unless you attack them. This is definitely a pro-geese channel, yeah. Like, most seagulls are super fucking chill, unless you attack them. And they don't go after your food, unless you let them have your food. So areas where there's, like, fast food restaurants, seagulls are assholes, because there's just food everywhere, and they know that that's food. But if they're, like, not hungry, and there is plenty of things for them to eat the way they're supposed to eat, not stealing it from people and taking it out of the garbage bins. Like, if we haven't destroyed all the beaches and they still have places to acquire food like they're supposed to, they're super chill and they're nice animals to be around. But the second you completely demolish all the beaches and fill them up with people and remove all their natural food sources, they become assholes because they have to steal food from people that steal things. No, they don't go after your food if they're not hungry. They go after your food if they're hungry. That's the problem, is we destroy their natural environment and they have nowhere to get food. I'm not talking about chickens. I'm talking about geese, frog. Jesus Christ. Roosters are assholes. I'm en route saying that. Chickens are fine. Roosters are dicks. I've been attacked by roosters before. I'm specifically talking about geese. Yeah, no, same. I've had, like, I literally was, like, the last time I went to my grandma's house, which was before she moved, was in 2019, and she lived right across the street from a beach. Like, this beautiful, very natural, like well-kept beach that never really had many people on it. Like, sometimes people would walk on it, but that's about it. Like, it wasn't completely destroyed like most beaches. Plenty of things for seagulls to eat, and, like, I literally ate lunch sitting on a bench out there with, like, multiple seagulls just kind of hanging around, pecking at shells and doing seagull things, like, just completely ignoring me. It's like, if they're hungry, they're assholes. If they're not hungry, they're fine. I don't know. To me, like, this isn't, like, any bullshit conspiracy theory. This is literally just, if people are mean to animals and destroy their food sources, animals are mean. If you aren't mean to animals and don't destroy their food sources, animals are generally pretty chill. That's literally all I'm talking about at the end of the day. It's not that I have disbelief, it's just I'm genuinely convinced that Americans treat, like, all of my jokes aside, I'm genuinely convinced that the vast majority of America has no fucking idea how to tolerate wildlife. Like, I grew up in the country with 12 bears that would walk through my yard every day, with coyotes and wolves at night. I know how to deal with big wild animals. I'm just convinced that most of America doesn't. That's where the actual, like, me not joking thing is I'm convinced that most of America doesn't know how to tolerate wildlife. Obviously, there's exceptions to that, but even then, like, for a lot of places, it's, oh, there's an animal, grab your BB gun. That's also not a way to treat wildlife. So it's like, I grew up in a Canadian household in the country with no way to dispose of the animals because we didn't have any guns, obviously. And we just had to learn to live around them. And it's to the point where, like, I will go camping with my friend Kevin and he will bring, like, a bear banger, a knife, and bear spray and have them all on his belt. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, it's in case, like, we get attacked by a bear. And I'm like, bruh, just talk the entire time and bear not gonna go anywhere near you. Bear don't want to eat you. You're not feeling for bear don't want to eat you. That's fine. Bear stay away. Like, bear just want to eat, like, berries and berry bush. You see bear, you keep walking. Ignore bear. Bear happy. But we also have black bears, not brown bears. Brown bears are angy. But yes, these are adamantine wheelbarrows. Never had bears come through your property, but you've always had raccoons and skunks. Speaking of raccoons, one of my fucking neighbors was feeding the raccoons, which explains why there was raccoons walking into people's apartments in this building. Jesus Christ. Bear spray's fine, but bear spray, a bear banger, and a knife, sometimes a hatchet. Like, come on. Just pretend to be bigger than the bear. Act like you're on the same level playing field as the bear and walk around the bear. Pretend to be another bear, and the bear will leave another bear alone. Bears are far more afraid of you than you are of it. You don't know what a bear banger is? A bear banger is, it looks like a can. It's about this big. And they have like a sphere on top of it. You clip the side of it, and then you pull a lever on the back, and then you flip a switch, and it fires out a projectile straight up into the air, and it explodes. It's like a automatic repeating firework. And it sounds like a gunshot, and it's supposed to scare the bear. That's what a bear banger is. They're, like, you can buy them at most outdoor shops here, and most surplus places also sell them. But, like, you can get a fine if you set one off in a city, as an example. Have I faced a bear? Yes. Like, on my property growing up? Absolutely. And also out camping once. I also got stared down by a cougar once. That was sketchy, but it's fine. That was legitimately scary. Bears, not so much. Bears are fine. The cougar? Well, let's see. She was probably about 300 pounds and about 1.5 meters long and had very long whiskers and piercing black eyes and very large cat ears and went... And we just kind of backed up because there was a dead deer behind her. So we figured she was consuming that. I mean, hold on. Let me just dig. Game's paused. Perfect. Give me a second. Just let me dig into my old pictures for a mo. Just give me a second here. Let me find... This is an old photo, so I look this photo up every now and again. I should just, like, move it somewhere else on my computer so it's easier and quicker for me to find, but... I have this photo of a bear from my driveway growing up. I've showed on stream before. Actually, here's a very low resolution photo from my old camera of like the view from my property growing up. There's Mount Baker up there normally through the clouds. That's the Fraser River. But hold on, let me just actually find this picture. This is also the different site. That was our driveway. Those are plum trees, blackberry bushes. That was our garden. We had veggie gardens down there. In fact, lots of bears. Oh, fuck is this picture? Okay, it's obviously not in that folder. There it is. Why is it so I've got a higher resolution version of this image. Where in hell I don't have a... Okay, well, this is really low. I thought I had a higher resolution version. This was taken in 2008 on my cell phone in 2008. So that was a bear down by that where that garden was on that flat, snowy area. That's the one surviving picture I have, but I have another you give me a minute. Dig. Find it, spot it. Where'd it go? So I do have a full resolution version of that, plus 3 other photos of it. Yeah, I know it's unbearably low quality. Anyway, instead of that, I will just simply distract you with picture of Garibaldi. Well, picture from Garibaldi. That's the side of my head. My dad took this photo. Anyway. Let's just deal with this vile force of darkness. Do I have an Insta? I don't provide Facebook with my personal data, so fuck no. I do have a Twitter, though. So I do post those pictures on Twitter. Vile force of darkness has arrived. Where exactly? Oh, I see. Couple goblins? It's an image of a tetrahedra, symbol of the curse of entering. Oh, I think I've been sieged by these guys yet. Is it literally just like 4 of them? That's not a vile force of darkness. Don't be silly. All right, time to smear them on the pavement. But no, I refuse to make an Instagram account. And everybody should delete their Instagram accounts. But, you know, I digress. I deleted my Facebook account in 2019, and I'm never making another Meta-related Facebook or other Meta-owned company account. It's just not worth it. Are you naming your sword midway running into battle? That's kind of badass. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that dwarf finally died. I don't know what was wrong with that dwarf. Like, I did literally everything in my power to fix that dwarf, but... I don't even. Bizarre. A snatcher? Dang, you don't see those every day. It's a goblin thief. All right, well, we will turn this squad around and tell them to go kill this snatcher. Who's going for the kids in the fort. And I just want to lock him inside. Oh no, there is actually a child back there. Yoink. So he's kidnapped Athros. What a... You know, I'm convinced that this goblin squad that showed up to attack me is actually a distraction for this snatcher to get the kids. Oh, come on. Turn around. Oh, sweet. They are. The dwarves are running back to kill the snatcher. Let's follow the snatcher. Come on. There comes the dwarf. Get him, boy! Get him, Dwarfy! Smack him! There you go. Kiddo's released. We saved the kiddo. Okay, so now that we've saved the kiddo, let's jump to the... Oh, I think the dwarves won the fight against the other ones. Yep, we won. They're all dead. Sweet. Let's send a squad to distract them while we take the baby. This kind of seems like it. Yeah. Kind of fascinating. It's very rare that you see goblin snatchers these days as well, so it's even more interesting to see goblin snatchers combined with the siege at the same time. That's neat. The goblins are learning? I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd give them that much credit, but the goblins are still green sometimes. All right, how's this construction stuff down here going? They're working on it. It was a pretty easy little siege. But yeah, no, if you want random pictures of camping and shit, you gotta look at my Twitter. I've thought about making a separate Twitter account just for pictures of hikes and shit, but also I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I hate Twitter. In fact, I hate most social media. Which is very funny as somebody whose literal job is social media, right? Like, my job is promoting shit through social media. As much as I hate it sometimes at times, like that is my job. I hate large portions of social media. And so I've thought about making a separate Twitter account just for... But no, like, I feel that way about every piece of social media, man. I feel that way about Twitter. I feel that way about parts of YouTube. I feel that way about Instagram. I feel that way about TikTok. I feel that way about, like, the vast majority of social media. And I've thought about making a secondary Twitter account just to, like, post pictures of camping stuff. But what I've come to terms with is that you can follow me on my Twitter account, and you will get the influencer shit that I'm supposed to do on that account, but you'll also get pictures of my garden, pictures of my hikes, pictures of my mom's dog. You know, you will also be subjected to shit that I enjoy posting, okay? You know, and that's why when you follow me on Twitter, you can get picture of a ladybug. And then the next day, just like, you know, actual work shit. Or like pictures of my sauerkraut, which, by the way, I'm going to try making my spicy sauerkraut into fire sauerkraut, which is where you grate carrots and put it into the brine the day before you remove it from the brine. So 24 hours before the brine is done, you put grated carrot into it. Very excited. Hey, Ed our pump operator is going to go make an artifact. Those should all be claimed. What? All right, what are you going for? Grabs Malachite. No idea who that is, but okay. Adamantine? Yay. Social media is a vacuum of data. It just sucks it all in. Totally, yeah. There's parts of, like, I acknowledge that I am a full-time person who plays video games for other people's entertainment on the internet and promotes things on YouTube and Twitch. Motorcycle safety too? Oh, neat. Yeah, that would be why I don't know anything about them, because I don't know anything about motorcycles. But like, there are parts of this job that admittedly could make me more money if I focused on them more. But I've also just kind of accepted that not everything needs to make me all of the money. And some things give me more stress and hatred for myself than it's worth it in financial gain. And social media is one of those things, which is why I don't have an Instagram account. That being said, like, you know, I'll post pictures on Twitter. I don't fucking care. And Discord, too. If you join my Discord, you'll see that shit. I have a planting and farming room on my Discord, and I usually also chuck photos in off topic if I'm camping. So. I'm going up Golden Ears this weekend, so hopefully I'll have some good photos. Really hoping like the weather stays good, because currently it's supposed to be partly cloudy the first day and clear the second day, so hoping it stays that way. Actually, what is the Golden Ears weather? What's the 7-day forecast? Saturday, Sunday, yeah, partly cloudy, both days, yeah, sweet. Hotter the second day, but as long as it's high clouds, partly cloudy, we good. So, fingers crossed. I'm gonna be sleeping on a hammock up a mountain. What do you need? Got cloth, logs, cloth, 2 pieces of adamantine, malachite. What do you need? Bones? Forest, quarry. That cloth, okay. Forest. Actually, it might just be more wood. Skeletons, too. Okay, so let's see if we can, slaughter the animals and hack down a couple trees. Although I don't actually know how many woodcutters, if any, I have active. Kind of assuming none. Oh no, Stone's all upset. Bored after living an unexciting life, suffering a minor injury, hopeless after suffering a minor injury, afraid after experiencing trauma. Hang in there, Stone. You're a good dwarf. There isn't a previous artifact. It kind of looked like that, though. These dwarves are way too fucking busy with everything. Guess what we're gonna do is we're just gonna follow the strange mood for a little bit. Gonna follow that pump operator. See what it goes and does. I've always wanted, I would love to see them, like, you know, make a artifact out of an artifact, but artifact inception? I'd be here for it. But now we just need... Oh, wow, we're still linking buildings to triggers? Have I ever written a short story? I can't write to save my fucking life. Why? Need to deconstruct that chair. They keep using it as a dining table. It doesn't have a table. Why would I write a short story? Obviously the creator of the final artifact, naturally. I think that would be a basis for a dwarven lawsuit, though, if someone built an artifact out of somebody else's artifact. I had it updated today. Golden Chronotel updates, like, way more frequently than I expect it to. Okay. Well, I mean, like, have you ever seen me write something? It's like, I used to do those, like, lore videos on YouTube, right? Where I would just, like, talk, like, about a fortress that I'd had. But none of those were scripted. Those were all just, like, ad-libbed. I don't think I could script those. So, I don't know, man. It's a hard thing for me to say because like I've never said like every single time I've tried to script something in my entire life, I've failed horrifically and never finished the project. And every single thing I've ever put up on YouTube or anything I've ever created is either like ad-libbed or like I will write down bullet points and that's it. Like I don't know why you specifically asked me about creative writing, but like I don't even script like the DF news videos. Like the closest I come to scripting something is like reading the blog posts for the Future of the Fortress stuff. That's the closest I get to scripting things. So you're just curious? Fair enough. I don't know. I feel like me reading a script just makes me sound like a robot, and my writing is terrible, so. Like, I probably should have failed English. Probably should have, but eh. But it's oddly flattering question because it's not something that I really ever think about personally. This problem with English that some of the stuff they wanted us to do you couldn't focus on. I mean, I should have failed English because like my writing is horrible. Like I got good enough at English to be able to finish all of my classwork. Oh shit. Dwarf went berserk. That's unfortunate. But I got good enough at English to be able to finish my classwork, and that's basically it. Never really got any better than that. And I don't think... Like, if someone told me to write an essay right now, I don't think I could do it. Yeah, I was very similar. Like, I was always kind of like a C- student when it came to English. I've written like 10 essays in the span of like 2 days. I never did quite that much delaying. I'm better at like project managing than that, but I would say that I've maybe written a couple dozen essays in my life, and it's been so long. I don't know. I'm also a person who has a really hard time reading, just because of how shit my eyes are. So, like, reading books is difficult for me. If you don't do a lot of creative reading, it's really difficult to do creative writing, too. It's something you kind of have to have interest in. I've also never been particularly into, like, tabletop stuff, like D&D, so that also doesn't help my kind of lack of interest, I suppose. Can just remove those. Let's just remove those. Iron Mace 2. Promote those all the way up to the top. Good lord, you've killed a lot of unicorns and wombats. Semtaxagon. I considered the chessboard method for killing demons. I don't like to use other people's methods. I like to come up with my own. No, that's good, sideways. It's where you make a chessboard pattern of bridges and walls, and then they have to snake in between them, and then they're like it's impossible that they'll miss them. But I'm just slowly building a very long line of bridges all the way through this. And they won't make it. And any that do will be caught in these long hallways and trapped. And then picked off one by one. I'm going to try and trap them with the drawbridges. If we crush them, that's a bonus. Dwarf Fortress, but checkers? Okay, go on. I'm listening. But yeah, no, the prime, prime directive. The prime goal here is to just trap them in between the drawbridges. That's the goal. Yeah, and then you get them stuck in the water. You can also then dump lava on top of them and force them to be in obsidian. They won't path past locked doors. I know. But I don't care. No, it's not that. It's if they're trying to pass through a locked door, well, number one, some of them can be building topplers, so some of them can topple buildings. But that really hurts your frame rate. Things trying to pass through locked doors to the point where like Zach and Tarn are removing that from the game. Like the ability to make non-pet passable doors, and they're changing how AI works with locked doors. Anyway, long story short, no, I'm good. I'm doing it this way. Stop being like, you can do it this way, you can do it this way. Doesn't matter. Unless you guys just want to talk about it separately, that's fine. But I'm doing it this way. So. Cave Crocodile is fighting with a plump helmet man. Apparently there's a plump helmet man around somewhere. Two of them. But fun fact, if you cast demons into obsidian and then mine them out, they don't die. Oh, shit. Hungry head. There's a hungry head in my fort. As long as it's not a snake in my boot. Carbon freezing? Yeah, it's just like Star Wars. So I opened up hell, right? And let a bunch of demons path into my fort. Yeah, and killed them. Do my frames look good? Because it's just like a siege, right? Like, you know how when you get sieged by 600-700 goblins, it wrecks your frame rate for a little bit. Because there's 600 or 700 goblins on your screen. You know how when you get sieged by like 200 to 300 goblins, it also kind of hurts your frame rate a little bit. Your frames slow down. Same with hell. Once the siege is over, like the frames come back. You know that, like, at all times, all areas of the map are loaded in memory, right? So it doesn't matter what's going on in your current viewpoint from the player's perspective, the game is keeping track of everything that's happening in memory, right? So all 3 cavern layers plus like the hell layer, plus any layers you haven't discovered, the game knows where they all are in memory, which is why we can memory hack it and expose that information via DF hack, right? Where's that strange mood? Why am I not seeing it? God, I've lost so many dwarves today, it's not even funny. Suddenly, like, passively worried that that dwarf died. All right, well, they are doing something. Where's our There you are. For some reason I thought you were a miner. But where was I going with this? Yeah, anyway, at all times, hell has areas that new demons can pop in from, like caverns. Sure, but anyway, opening and closing hell doesn't actually affect your frame rate. What affects your frame rate is all the demons trying to path into your fortress, especially if they can't path into your fortress. So if you've got like a door there and there's a locked door in front of it and they're trying to path through the locked door, or if they have direct access but maybe not quite enough stairs, that can hurt your frame rate. But eventually they give up. So once they're dead, or once they're no longer on the map, or they've given up trying to path into your fortress, your frames come back. So it's really a non-issue. Honestly, a lot of like these old weird stories about frames getting wrecked for people just baffle me these days, because like genuinely I don't understand how the majority of them happen. It's like I had somebody like insisting that they managed to frame rate Death of Fortress recently. I'm like, I have no idea how you managed to do that, because it never happens to me, so I don't know what I'm doing so miraculously differently from you, but I'm clearly doing something. Just now? You got your first dragon? Because I may or may not be, like, staring at your stream. Where is it at? I want to see where this little guy's hiding. Oh, I see. Durgan! The Bejeweled Gem. Wow, should sell them to PopCap. They might want to use that as a name for their video game. Hell yeah. There's a link if you guys want to go see. Good luck. Alright, so our dwarf here has begun a mysterious construction because we were able to get him bones. 2 pieces of raw adamantine, malachite, sheep's wool cloth, apple wool logs, alpaca wool cloth, stray large rat bone, cassiterite, gizzard stones, and steel bars, and applewood logs. Oh, 2 things about dragons real quick. Yes, they get caught in traps. Yes, they can burn down drawbridges. Doesn't matter the material. That's a lot of disorderly conduct. Fly down. 600 animals. Oh yeah, no, 600 cats in a closet will do it. I mean, they don't need to because they're underground all the time. So who needs to breathe fire if you're underground all the time? Outside, it's like, you know, they're scared. I don't know where I'm going with this. I've run out of my own logic, or lack thereof, I suppose. All right, well, this is speeding things up consistently. Considerably. That's the word I was actually looking for, not consistently. All right, blocks. Diorite blocks. I have a question. Why in the world would you want a dragon to lose fire breath? Just put him in a cage trap and train him. Trap him behind a fortification and then have an fully automatic flamethrower turret. Surprise all those goblins. They'll never see it coming until they're covered in, like, Durgan fire. Nope. They can't do that if they're inside of a trap. Well, if they're inside of a cage, no. But you can train them and you can war train them. So if you literally just like train them and tame them, they won't go after your dwarves. But if you let them walk around freely, dogs will still fight with them and stuff, which can aggro your military and they'll hit it. A malachite bracelet. Really? Etor, the pump operator, has created Novel Raz, a malachite bracelet, and claims it is a family heirloom. It's worth 64,900. It's 649,200. This is a complicated one, so give me a second. This is a malachite bracelet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Bride tooth. It's like Bluetooth, but for your bride. Bride tooth. It is encrusted with rectangular cassiterite cabochons and encircled with bands of oval malachite cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of large rat bone and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. On the item is an image of goblins and dwarves in raw adamantine. The goblins are fighting with the dwarves. The artwork relates to the attack of the of the ancient beard of the Plank of Nations and Threatdweller by the Dread of Scrapes in early spring of 237 during Coxnos, the assault of rampaging. On the item is an image of Inul Archboot, the dwarf, and Senre Cactus Yells, the rock in adamantine. Senre Cactus Yells is striking down the Archboot. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Archboot by the rock Cactus Yells in Heliotrope Point in 112. On the item is an image of Bride Tooth, the malachite bracelet in steel. On the item is an image of a silvery gibbon in apple wood. Welcome back, Patolus. Oopsies, wrong button. The hard part about starting a dragon breeding program is getting more than one dragon, but especially in a default world. Tabs around. Can keep things sorted. There we go. I kid you not, you once had a fortress raided by goblins riding dragons. That was back in the 40D era. See, that's something that's supposed to be more common. But, like, they've changed certain things to where they're not as common as they're supposed to be. Like, that's supposed to be something that happens not regularly, but it, like, actively happens. And currently that just, like, doesn't happen at all. Which is kind of a shame, frankly. And I look forward to them happening more often. Yes, they do have to actually find the critter. And so if there's very few of the critter, then that's not likely that they'll find it. Like in this world, I've been attacked by goblins that have been in armies with blizzard men, which are really rare, as well as ogres, which makes me really excited. Seeing ogres makes me real happy because I don't see them very often. If you didn't know, they have layers, like an onion. Anyway, I do very much enjoy seeing ogres accompanying goblin armies because you don't see them super often these days. That's actually something that I'm super excited about with Premium being done, is I just want Tarn to be able to do a big old balance pass and go through and like fix a whole bunch of stuff for Villains Part 2. Can't fucking wait. Only gonna take like another 2 years. Audio, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well today, man. Still prepping to fight with hell. I was hoping to be done by the end of today, but it's taking longer than I wanted to. But how's things, man? Six months? Yeah, 6 more months. It'll be out in 6 months. It's always out in 6 months, right? Also, the term modern goblins is really funny to me for some reason. I think that modern goblins... Imagine modern goblins. Work is frustrating, but it's your brother's birthday, so this weekend will be fun. Oh, that's good. I'm in like a weirdly, shockingly good mood today because like I get to go hiking this weekend, so I was in a good mood anyway. And then Navy decided to go full guns blazing out in the chat room this morning. So yeah, I'm in a good mood today because like I've hit my minimums on the month, so we're good. It's nice to know paychecks guaranteed. I didn't know the extent of the tutorials till they had planned. Yeah, Toady has like every single menu is going to get a descriptor, which is kind of neat. Fusion power is always 40 years away, and we're only 50 years away from world peace and 20 years away from solving global warming, right? Just like Dwarf Fortress will be finished in 20 years. But I can tell you this, tutorials are pretty much done. Fortress mode is pretty much done. One more menu needs to be polished up, at least as of PAX, which was almost a month ago now. And largely, they're just waiting on art. Like, if... Zach said this in Seattle, which was, if they didn't have to replace a third of the art, it would be done by now. So if there wasn't the art bottleneck of them having to replace one of their artists and bring on Iron Hand, it would be done. Be ready to go. Be ready to ship. So that's literally what we're sitting on. So whenever people ask me, they're like, "When will it be done?" It's like, how quickly can how quickly can Jacob paint? It was Iron Hand, and then the other like annoying wrinkle there is apparently Jacob's moving, so that artist who's finishing up the last of the art has to move. I think at the end of October. It's either like October or it's like during October. It's at some point in October he's moving. So they're going to get no new art for like 2 to 3 weeks at some point in the next month. So that, and apparently they have another artist that they haven't really talked about much that's doing other art for things that I know about that I don't want to say too loudly because it's spoilers. Oh, you know, it's a mess, but like it's getting there. It's a mess that's getting there. Like, I mean, I talked about this in my last video, but like this image, this widescreen test or this ultra widescreen test that they did, these are the new workshops. These weren't in the gameplay demo for PAX. These are the new workshops that Iron Hand has drawn. Because I remember them showing me images of them at PAX. They're quite a bit more cluttered and more organic looking and have a little bit more of a style to them. So, revealed any of the new music? No, but if you go watch the 1 hour demo that they put up, the new music's in the background the whole time, so. There's that. Just about where you're getting blocks from currently. Ghostly Recruit's been put to rest. I feel kind of bad about that one. Come on, dwarves. All right, chat room. I'm going to go get lunch, I think. It's almost 4 p.m., and I'm just building drawbridges. So I think I'm going to put a real quick pause down here, and I'm just going to pause the game full out. And I'm going to put a marker in the chat so I know where to cut the VOD. I'm going to go get lunch, which means I'm going to go take a 5-ish minute break, or 5 to 10 minute break. During that period of time, if you're going to tune out, I will see you later. If you